Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Unless you want to go floating off into that deep dark void. Great to see all of you beautiful people in the chat. Are we still having the same audio on the soundboard? We are, aren't we? Why? Why is that happening? I don't understand why that started. But what was I saying? Oh yes, shout outs. I gotta do some shout outs around here. Soundboard is pissing me off right now. I wonder what happened. You know, I'm gonna test something really quickly. No, just discard that. No, I don't need to save that. Oh, I didn't finish this though, did I? Where's... Is it this one? What was I saying? Ah, yeah, shoutouts. Shakespeare, Moa Noah, Mo 3 in the YouTube chat, Bob Carmody, a close fourth. BCat, also here, Hermit Horologist. Sarah Layla. All the people in the chat. Oh, and Christopher DeBlante, of course, I see you. There you are. Hold on. Let me test this real quick. Where is it? This one? Oh, there's definitely still something going on. What is the deal with that? Can't have that. The soundboard is integral to this experience. I'm restarting this. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm just restarting my soundboard as well as unplugging and plugging it back in. The fact is I've already restarted the soundboard multiple times. I just didn't unplug it. It could just be a connection issue. It's starting to sound like a connection issue, even though usually that sort of sound, that sort of thing can usually be caused by USB in this way, but it could happen. I'm still hearing it. Tell me if you're all hearing the sound that I'm hearing. It's like a crackling. It's like a crackling that's going on whenever I play one of these musical sound shots. Crackle. And I'm not a fan of it. Is it just me? If it's just me and no one else is hearing the crackling, then good. But I'm hearing it. It's terrible. It's not. It's not a. It's not as a result. Because this is seriously. This is it's an entirely different project. I was hoping it was just something had been corrupted on the project itself, but it's not that. So everyone does hear the crackling. What the fuck is the deal? Why is this happening? Yeah, it's the crackle. And it's only happening on the soundboard, and I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense. I have no idea. I have no idea where it's being introduced. I think it's something to do with the soundboard, but it's not clear what is happening. And it's one of the only things that's connected. Well, not the only things that's connected by USB, but it's just weird. I don't understand it. I'm gonna have to try and figure this out another time, but it is bothering me. Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. Let's get to the stream. What do you say, chat? We've waited long enough.
So, just to conclude, Washington, D.C. should be one of the safest, cleanest, most beautiful places anywhere in the world. It was.
What is happening?
Years ago, Washington, D.C. should be one of the safest, cleanest, most beautiful places anywhere in the world. It was years ago. We had one problem that was a pretty big problem. The radical left got out of control and they started trying to rip down statues. And I said, let's go pass a law real fast. We're going to do it real fast. But we were blocked by the Democrats who do not want safety.
They don't want safety for statues. Why do these Democrats hate
they can't get votes.
statues?
I don't know how they can.
How can they even do it? How can they not care about statues as much as they do? Terrible.
Win an election with this, but they don't want safety. And I found an old statute, very old, early 1900s, that said if you so much as touch or even think about destroying a statue,
So much as touch or think about it,
a monument in Washington, D.C.,
we have the precogs, everybody. Now we have statue precogs. Their entire job is to predict and to know what you're going to do. You start thinking about it. Oh boy. Tom Cruise will come flying down from above and put you in prison for thinking about touching statues.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, people in DC, turns out, not super excited about this. According to Harry Enton,
President Trump putting other major cities on notice as he takes over the D.C. police force and mobilizes 800 National Guard troops into the nation's capital. The president saying he wants federal agencies to combat crime that he believes is out of control. Let's bring in CNN chief data analyst Harry Inton to break these numbers down for us. So Harry, let's start first with, do D.C. residents actually want this?
No, they hate this whole idea. I think there's some idea out there that Trump's somehow a conquering hero, but he's in fact is welcomed in Washington, D.C. as Eagles fans are Commanders games. What are we talking about here? Well, take a look here. D.C. residents on Trump and local issues. He's too involved. Look at this. 71% say he is too involved, and this, of course, was even before Monday's actions, compared to just 11% who say they want him more involved. In fact, a majority of every single demo tested by the Washington Post in a poll earlier this year found that they believe that he was, in fact, too involved. D.C. residents hate this whole idea of Trump getting involved in local issues.
But how do they feel about crime? Do they agree?
Awful. Weak.
Well, there we go. Those are the numbers. The vast majority of people in Washington, D.C. think Donald Trump is too involved. Over 7 in 10 people. Now let's go here to PBS NewsHour from yesterday. Trump decries crime rates, but his administration has slashed prevention efforts.
Come on!
The Trump administration moved this week to take over policing in Washington, D.C., and yesterday deployed the National Guard in the city, claiming a spike in crime. The president has suggested similar action could be taken in other cities. But the data doesn't back up many of his claims. Murder and violent crime dropped significantly across the U.S. last year, a trend that's continued so far in 2025. And as John Yang reports, the federal law enforcement crackdown comes even as the administration cuts funding for other kinds of crime prevention work.
This summer basketball league in West Detroit is about more than just layups and dribbling. These young men are part of Force Detroit, a nonprofit group focusing on community violence intervention, or CVI. The goal? Stop conflicts before they escalate.
We gotta take the emotions out of it. This is a scrimmage. 1, 2, 3, word.
Force Detroit targets people at risk of either committing or becoming victims of violence, offering services like mental health support and career placement.
I couldn't even think of where I'd be without Force right now, to be honest.
One of my main goals was to get back in school, and they actually helped me get back in school.
I get that. Is that your boy?
The group relies on the influence of people whose backgrounds give them credibility in their communities, like Executive Director DeJuan Zoe Kennedy. He grew up in this neighborhood and spent almost 15 years in prison on manslaughter and drug charges.
If a house is shot up in our community, we go do outreach, figure out who's responsible, who they saying responsible, and we're going to try to negotiate and mitigate that conflict. Mitigation can give you the time you need to really develop a person and change a person's core belief.
For decades, Detroit had the reputation of a blighted city plagued by violent crime. But now, parts of the city are showing signs of revival, and crime has plummeted. Last year, non-fatal shootings dropped 25%, and the city had its fewest homicides since 1965. But now some worry that progress is in jeopardy. In April, the Justice Department terminated almost $170 million in grants for CVI efforts across the country, including roughly $2 million for Force Detroit. In a statement to PBS News, the Justice Department said many grant recipients provided indirect and often vague support to law enforcement or crime victims. Organizations seeking taxpayer money must show how their programming will further the administration's priorities and help improve public safety.
Here you have an administration that would make up excuses why this type of stuff shouldn't be done. Why would you want to stop something that's not just saving people's lives, that's bringing quality of life to a community.
In 2023, Detroit.
Yep. Not shocking to, I think, most Trump administration's cuts to funding social programs is going to have negative on communities like Detroit all across this nation.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Let's go here. Some footage of the National Guard troops arriving in DC on the orders of the president. Boo, I say. Okay. Let's go here. This is from 19 hours ago out of Reuters. Trump wants to extend federal control over Washington police.
Illegal.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Wednesday he would ask the Republican-controlled Congress to extend federal control of Washington's city police force beyond 30 days.
We expect to be to Congress, before Congress, very quickly. And again, we think the Democrats will not do anything to stop crime, but we think the Republicans will do it almost unanimously. So we're going to need a crime bill that we're going to be putting in, and it's going to pertain initially to D.C. It's almost, we're going to use it as a very positive example.
It's going to be like a
and we're going to be asking for extensions on that, long-term extensions, because you can't have 30 days.
That marks an escalation.
Washington, D.C. is going to be like our little federal puppet. We're going to do whatever we want to it, and then we'll get it to spread the good word all across the nation.
Of Trump's campaign to exert presidential power over the nation's capital after he said on Monday he was deploying 800 National Guard troops to Washington and invoked the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to place city police under direct federal control for 30 days. A White House official said more than 1,450 law enforcement personnel were on patrol in Washington on Tuesday night, including hundreds of federal officers and agents from more than a dozen agencies. This video shows Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents arresting a man in the Capitol on Wednesday, as well as an ICE helicopter flying over the National Mall. Trump has painted a picture of D.C. as a city gripped by a wave of crime and pervasive homelessness, despite both federal and city statistics showing that violent crime there is on the decline. Without providing evidence, Trump claimed those numbers weren't true on Wednesday.
You're going to see a big change in Washington crime stats.
Fake news.
I don't want reality.
Or not the stats that they gave, because they turned out to be a total fraud.
This is the bad one.
The real stats. The stats went through the roof.
Oh my God. I mean, every single number Donald Trump doesn't like, it's just fake. It's just fake. If you give me bad numbers, you're gonna lose your job. Bad jobs numbers, goodbye.
Illegal.
Crime numbers I don't like, goodbye.
Illegal.
Straight to jail.
You know, they had a man that was forced to put up stats like they were doing better. They're not doing better. Crime is the worst it's ever been. But it started as of about yesterday.
Travesty of justice. Barack Obama was in his office every Monday with a revolver saying, if you do not post the numbers that I want, we're going to have a problem.
Yesterday, it started, you see a big change.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi told Fox Noticias that officials were looking into whether the city's statistics last year were manipulated. The office of the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser, declined to respond to Trump's latest comments, but she has previously noted that violent crime in the city hit a 30-year low last year. Any legislation to extend Trump's control over the police department would likely stall in the Senate, where Democrats can use procedural rules to block most bills.
There we go. If you didn't pick up on what's going on here, Donald Trump is trying to find a way to continue past the 30 days. We're 2 days into it, and Donald Trump is already trying to find ways to circumvent the law that's currently allowing him to do what he's doing and extend it indefinitely. And to have Washington, D.C. just be a vassal state of the president himself. Just his own little fiefdom. The federal police force doing checkpoints in the streets. Speaking of checkpoints in the streets, let's go here.
Federal law enforcement is out again here in Washington, D.C. This comes after President Trump's decision to federalize the police force in Washington, D.C. But this is already causing some community outrage. Watch. This was the scene overnight at a checkpoint along one of the city's busiest streets. Protesters made clear their feelings about the increased federal law enforcement presence. A commander with D.C. police told CNN it was a routine operation. Joining us now is Washington, D.C.
Totally
City
normal.
Council member Charles
Happens
Allen.
all
Charles,
the time.
thanks so much for joining us. First of all, what do you know about this checkpoint set up on the very popular 14th Street near U Street Northwest here in Washington for those people who know the area? Is that typical for law enforcement in that area?
Well, what's routine is that MPD will do, and has been for a number of years, conducting traffic safety checkpoints. That's everything from looking for impaired drivers to looking for outstanding warrants. They make arrests occasionally from that, but it's constitutional and legal, and we haven't had protests around those because they're largely effective. It's also where community policing takes place. MPD will even look to check and make sure someone's car seat is installed correctly. So those have been standard for the last several years. They've had good effect around getting at dangerous drivers. What's different is now you've got all these federal law enforcement folks. They don't wear a badge. They don't wear their name. They're covering their faces. And that's very different. And what you see from the community reaction is what I'm concerned about, that federal law enforcement fundamentally changes the dynamic of community policing. They're not trained for it. They're not equipped for it. And it just amps everything up in a way that's very unconstructive and can lead to actually more dangerous situations.
This is ridiculous. President Trump just a little while ago said crime here in Washington, D.C. is, quote, totally out of control. His words, I'm quoting once again, worse than ever. What's your response to that?
Worst. Complete. Worse than
we need to be able to call out the lie.
Worse than pandemonium.
Is and that's just simply not true. He continues to say it, but it is not true. He's painted this dystopian vision, and it just doesn't track with the facts on the ground. Over the last 2 years, we have driven crime down by about 50% of violent crime. Now, listen, everybody will be the first to say any crime is one too many, and so we still have work to do. We still have progress, but that happens best with the coordination between the mayor, the council, the community, MPD, because that's what's gained and had the gains over the last several years. The federal law enforcement aspect, putting military members on the streets of our city, does not make us safer.
Has the administration been communicative with local officials like yourself about its strategy?
Has Donald Trump been communicative? Good one.
Give me a joke.
Here.
Oh, I don't know if there really is a strategy. There's been no word from the administration to myself. when I talk to members of the council, we're not hearing anything. And I think that's part of the problem. It's even created chaos and disorder even within MPD, where command staff and officers on the ground aren't quite sure who's calling the shots, what is the strategy. So there's a lot of bluster that we'll see from behind a podium or in front of a camera from the administration, but we're not seeing an actual coordinated strategy or frankly, the willingness to come in as partners. And that's the problem, because there are a number of ways the federal government could come in as a partner, and that could actually be a good thing, but we're not seeing that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I buy that narrative. But whatever Donald Trump is doing right now certainly isn't constructive. I'll give him that much. And there's just no justification for it. Even with the narrative, it's like why would we need more law enforcement or just more people focused on crime in DC if crime is down precipitously? It just doesn't make sense. It's counterintuitive. Ay. But there are homeless people in DC, and since the Supreme Court recently criminalized being a homeless person, the federal government is also going after the homeless, if you didn't hear, somehow. Along with the crime, child crime, Triple C, the child crime wave has taken over Washington, utterly obliterated people like Big Balls. Now we could give people housing, people, the unhoused. But no, we're just going to criminalize them and kick them off of the land on which they reside. Force them to, I guess, stand in perpetuity, never able to. If you lean, you're illegal. You have to stay up. That's the new rule. You can't exist in society unless you have paid for domicile.
I look at it as anti-Christian. I remember the passage of, as you have done unto the least of these, you have done unto me. And the idea that he's targeting us and persecuting us feels wrong to me.
Well, it's just, I haven't known what's sex for so long that it's a part of normal life at this point. I don't even know how to explain that is, you try and make people feel stressed out, and when that's all they know, what are you trying to prove here? That you're a bully? that we created this situation and now we're telling you that you can't be in the situation we created?
Terrible, but this is what we continue to do. And now we're doing it on the literally on the federal level, right? We've talked about this on numerous occasions. We've talked about homelessness and the crisis which has currently gripped the nation and how cities tend to deal with it. I mean, the whole Supreme Court case, Grand Pass, came to fruition because of this whole situation. That these cities to try, like, on a one-by-one basis, cities continue to try to do on a small level, on a small term level, what Grants Pass case on a federal level in the Supreme Court, which was to make being homeless illegal, right? Make it so that they can put you in jail just for existing without a home. The Supreme Court basically said, actually, yeah, you can do that on a city-by-city basis if that's what you want to do. And now you have literally the Trump administration doing just that. And the big problem with this plan, aside from the cruelty, the inherent cruelty, and as that other man, that man in the beginning pointed out, the unchristianness of this behavior, is, of course, the inherent paradox. Because people are going to continue to try and find somewhere to live, right? Somewhere, right? They're not just going to disappear. They're just, you know, they don't just somehow transport themselves out of this plane into a parallel reality. No, they continue to remain on the Earth. They just go somewhere else. It's not a solution so much as it is just a insanely fucked thing to do with no actual positive effect. You personally just don't have to see them now for some period of time. That's really all this kind of stuff does. So that you no longer have to be inconvenienced personally by having to view homeless people on a whatever basis. Well, there you go. Review outside of the Capitol here. Now surrounded by National Guard troops. Honestly, this guy right here looks a little bit embarrassed. And he should be. He should be. You're on Galactic TV, sir. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the people who are being socially cleansed, which is what we call, getting rid of poor people from a particular area. Look at that. We got the heavy equipment in. It's all clean now. Look at it. Much better. This is beautifying the area. Area beauty. Much better. People were sleeping there, and now they're not. We solved it, society. You're welcome. This is what your taxpayer dollars are going for. So the president doesn't have to see homeless people anymore. And Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have to see that there's homeless people in the capital. Now we have this. Brought to you by you. Great job. So good and so great. We did it. The beautification is complete. Wait, hold on. There's another tent over here. Tents are illegal.
Illegal.
No more tents, okay? Buy a house, alright? What's the deal? Why do you like tents so much?
Yeah, where these guys are at? No, I mean, no. Over here, go look at how big that one's campsite is. Yeah, that one campsite is huge. I believe it.
Those are the biggest garbage bags I've ever seen. America truly is great. Fuck yeah! Get the biggest garbage bags on the planet. Can't beat it, people. There we go. Homelessness solved. Nobody's homeless anymore. That's it. That's done. Done now. Omega Star. This with a galactic membership message highlight. 7 months. Slow clapping for the amazing optics. Actually, it should be this. Oh my god, Omega Star gifting galactic memberships left and right. Five sweet galactic memberships gifted to the community who got them. Vicky, Hermit Horologist, Niaz Rocky, Wedge Wizard, and Schlengebritzel. Schlengebritzel? I can't say that. I don't know what that says. I don't know what that means. Incredible and generous. Much appreciated, Omega Star. And I was going to start a galactic goal. I haven't even started it yet. But I'm going to count that towards it. That's 3. That is 3 right there. Wait, why can't we see it? Why can't we see? Oh, there it is. Okay, we can see it. Okay. No, you're just behind me. Okay, never mind. Okay, maybe I should just start the goal now so I don't forget. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start the goal now. We're almost at an hour anyways. Goal started. We're at 3 of 10 already, not 0 of 10. Thanks to a megastar who got us started before the goal even started. Preemptively. A preemptive strike from a megastar. Let's go back to the streets of DC where people have been protesting.
All streets! Not yours! Not yours! Go left! Go left! Hey! Hey, you!
Now, the Trump administration has not been a fan of people protesting, unfortunately. They are quite offended that anybody would take some sort of oppositional stance to their objective here.
Well, that was the scene in one area of Washington last night. Protesters yelling at federal officers at a checkpoint at a popular nightlife destination in the district. According to an account of the Washington Post, a number of people were detained with a woman handcuffed while the crowd booed and yelled at officers to, quote, read the Constitution. Just a couple of blocks away, a man was arrested after first shouting obscenities at officers and then throwing a sandwich at one.
Oh my God, they are such children. How dare you throw a sandwich, dude? How dare you throw a sandwich?
Well,
we're coming for you, bro. You threw a sandwich, dude? That's a crime. Going to jail.
Illegal.
Sandwich? Really?
Sean Charles Dunn was a justice.
So this all started because a Doge employee by the name of Big Balls got beat up by a teenage girl, and now FBI agents are chasing people down in the streets for having sandwiches thrown at them. My God.
Department employee, he's now been fired, and he's also been charged with a felony, something former Fox News anchor,
illegal,
now U.S. Attorney for the district, Jeanine Pirro, announced on social media.
He thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we charged him with a felony. So there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
Jeanine looks so proud of herself in this moment. So proud. Look at her. Look at her over here. She's so incredibly proud of herself. Wait, is the stream lagging? Why is the stream lagging? This is unacceptable. I do not understand. Why is this happening? This is very rude. Okay, stream appears to be running smoothly again. Knock on Spacewood. Now, let's get back to the situation. I'm gonna redo this segment. Just because of how bad that lag was. Okay. Back to Anderson Cooper Vanderbilt the third.
Handcuffed while the crowd booed and yelled at officers to, quote, read the Constitution. Just a couple of blocks away, a man was arrested after first shouting obscenities at officers and then throwing a sandwich at one.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Come on!
Well, the alleged assailant, a man named Sean Charles Dunn, was a Justice Department employee. He's now been fired, and he's also been charged with a felony, something former Fox News anchor and now U.S. attorney for the district.
I think he should get a promotion. Fired from the Justice Department? That was a form of justice. That was, I mean, for me personally, that was a cathartic moment to experience. That, if anything, this guy should have gotten a raise, not fired. He's doing his job. He's doing his job in a epic fashion.
Announced on social media.
He thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we charged him with a felony. So there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
Janine is so pleased with herself. She look at her. Like, we have a Fox News government now. There's over 25 people in the Trump government who worked at Fox News in some capacity, whether they had their own show or they were frequent guests, contributors. The entire Trump government is just Fox News. Just a bunch of idiots. Just a bunch of idiots with a particular partisanship and no sense of anything. No, it's lagging again. What the fuck is going on? What in the actual hell is going on? Everything over here is normal. These are all in the places they should be. All of these are on. Those are on. Okay, so it won't let me sample at that rate. Fine. Jesus Christ. Sorry everybody, but we're having problems here. Like serious lag problems. And I don't know why it's happening all of a sudden. One of the problems is definitely, I think it's got to be something to do with my soundboard. Because this is the thing that's been giving me problems all day. Actually, since yesterday, we started having problems with the soundboard. We were having those weird audio issues. Although we weren't lagging yesterday, so I don't know why we're doing that now.
There, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
It's the attorney for the district.
So petty.
The president also weighed in not on the sandwich, but on the larger question of taking federal law enforcement officers away from their regular jobs and putting them on the streets.
Are you concerned at all that some federal officers that are helping D.C. police might be being pulled away from other high priority assignments.
Like what?
Like what?
Terrorism, for example.
Oh, well.
For instance, terrorism. Well, you know, I don't know. Not a big deal. You know, who cares about terrorism? One thing that keeps coming to mind to me is that, you know, while they're struggling to release those Epstein files, the FBI would seem, at least to me, to be the people you would want to be, you know, working on releasing those files. Instead, now they're patrolling the streets of DC, too busy to help release the Epstein files.
Terrorism. They'll stop terrorism as part of what they're doing right now. You know, in Washington, D.C., they have thousands of police. They have a lot of police, but the police weren't allowed to do their job. We have a lot of great ones, and you have some that weren't so good, to be honest, but they weren't allowed to do their job. But now they are allowed to do their job.
Joining us now is former D.C. Police Chief Charles Ramsey, who's now CNN senior law enforcement analyst. Do you see this increase in National Guard troops as helpful, as beneficial? Concerns? What do you think is working?
You know, when this was first announced, of course, I was very skeptical, and I'm still a little skeptical that the main motivation is to make D.C. a safer place. But having said that, the additional personnel, particularly the federal law enforcement, it can be used to actually make a difference in many of these neighborhoods. Now, I'm not a big fan of the National Guard being used in that capacity. However, right now they're in a support role, and I'm okay with that. But it has to be done in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, with the city, and they've got to target specific areas of the city that are still very challenged in terms of crime. You can never drive crime down low enough. You have to keep pushing and pushing, because for the people who live in these challenged areas, we can talk about crime stats being down all we want. As far as they're concerned, there's been no difference. So it's the perception of crime as well as the reality that we have to deal with.
Well, let's talk about the reality, because the crime stats, which have been cited by a number of officials, are now being questioned by the police union in D.C. The president was asked about recent crime statistics in the Oval Office today, and he refers to that. I just want to play part of his answer.
So we will have crime under control very shortly in D.C.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately,
if not sooner.
Sadly, what I guess the mayor did, but whoever it was, they asked the numbers to be fudged so that it would show less crime than the fact. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been. They are giving us phony crime stats, just like they gave other stats in the financial world, but they're phony crime stats. And Washington, D.C. is at its worst point, and it will soon be at its best point. You're going to have a very safe...
Right now, it's terrible, but it's going to be great really soon. By 2 to 3 weeks, it's going to be solved.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But it's weird, yeah, all these FBI agents, you would think that they have more important jobs to do, you know? Cash Patel over there, Dan Bongino. I mean, I don't know if I feel comfortable with them walking the streets with a gun, honestly, not that I'm saying it out loud. But also the the fact of the matter is that there's gotta be more important stuff for them to be working on. Like those damn Epstein files. Which we were told we were gonna get immediately. It was like day one was Epstein files release. I might have to fucking turn this off. I don't know why this is happening. Let's see. What we got next on the list. Democracy Now! 13 hours ago. Yes, let's go here. While we're talking about the military, the FBI solving crime in DC, let's talk about some military crimes that they haven't solved yet.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the National Guard expands its presence in Washington, D.C., President Trump says he'll seek long-term federal takeover of the D.C. police force.
We're going to need a crime bill that we're going to be putting in, and it's going to pertain initially to D.C. It's almost, we're going to use it as a very positive example. And we're going to be asking for extensions on that, long-term extensions, because you can't have 30 days. 30 days that's by the time you do it. We're going to have this in good shape.
Earlier this week, Trump declared a crime emergency in D.C., even though violent crime in the city is at its 30-year low. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has denounced Trump's takeover of the police force as an authoritarian push. At least 800 National Guard troops are being deployed in D.C. alongside 500 federal law enforcement agents. The Washington Post revealed Tuesday the Trump administration is also planning a so-called domestic civil disturbance quick reaction force composed of hundreds of National Guard troops set to rapidly deploy to other U.S. cities targeted by Trump, including Democratic strongholds of Baltimore, New York, Chicago, Oakland. The force would be comprised of two groups of 300 soldiers permanently assigned to the force stationed at military bases in Alabama and Arizona. This comes after Trump earlier deployed the National Guard and U.S. Marines to Los Angeles during protests against immigration raids and arrests by masked, unidentified agents who also targeted U.S. citizens when they were making their arrests. Rolling Stone reports, quote, one of Trump's biggest regrets from his first term in the Oval Office, according to former and current senior Trump advisors, is that he didn't use military forces and other federal assets to crack down harder than he ultimately did in the summer of 2020 on racial justice protests. Trump's Secretary of Defense at the time did not agree with the president's idea to shoot Black Lives Matter protesters near the White House. Meanwhile, earlier this week, Trump secretly signed a directive approving the Pentagon's use of military force on foreign soil to target drug cartels, especially in countries like Mexico. All of this comes as Trump is due to meet Friday with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska to discuss a ceasefire in Ukraine, where the U.S. has also sent troops. Today, we take a rare...
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my soundboard working right now. It's causing, I think it's the thing that's causing the lag. I just turned it off, and all of a sudden the lag just stopped. Something's going on with this. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna try and open up this copy. Hopefully this is less intensive. Although it's missing a bunch of stuff, isn't it? Yeah. It's missing a few sound shots.
This is ridiculous!
At least we got that one. Okay.
Look at U.S. Special Forces deployed around the world, whether we're talking about Mexico, Ukraine, Iraq, Afghanistan, or here at home. They're stationed at the most populous military base in the country, which was renamed Fort Liberty in 2023, until Trump's defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, directed the Army to change the name back to Fort Bragg, saying, "Bragg is back." Fort Bragg is home to Delta Force, the most secretive black ops unit in the military, which carries out classified assassinations and other clandestine missions and is also heavily involved in drug trafficking, as our next guest reveals in his new book. Rolling Stone investigative reporter Seth Harp is a foreign correspondent who's reported from Iraq, Mexico, Syria, and Ukraine, also an Iraq War veteran. His new book, out this week, is titled The Fort Bragg Cartel: Drug Trafficking and Murder in the Special Forces. I don't think people usually expect to see, when talking about a cartel, the largest U.S. military base, Fort Bragg. So if you can talk about drug trafficking and murder in the Special Forces.
Illegal.
Begin with what Fort Bragg is, who the Special Forces are, especially Delta Forces, and who these dead bodies are that are turning up all over Fort Bragg and the surrounding area.
Well, Trump says he wants to deploy military forces to countries like Mexico to crack down on drug cartels there. But I think he should look closer to home, because there's at least 14 cases that I'm tracking of Fort Bragg trained soldiers who have been either arrested, apprehended, or killed in the course of trafficking drugs in the last 5 years or so, often in conjunction with those very same Mexican drug cartels. This is especially concerning because of what Fort Bragg is. It's not only the largest U.S. military base, but it's central to U.S. operations and special operations. It's the home of the 82nd Airborne Division, which is the United States' main contingency force. It's also the headquarters of the Green Berets, the Special Forces, as well as the Joint Special Operations Command, which includes Delta Force, which is the most...
That's JSOC.
That's JSOC. That's the most secretive and elite component of the U.S. military. And as you said, there have been some members of Delta Force who have been involved in trafficking drugs recently.
So you begin this book with the discovery of 2 bodies. Tell us when they were discovered and who those men were.
In December of 2020, 2 dead bodies were found on a remote training range at Fort Bragg. One of them was a member of Delta Force. They had both been shot to death. And the limited information from police at that time was that it was believed to be a double homicide from a drug deal gone wrong. The other person who was killed at that time was Timothy Dumas, who was a support officer, a logistics officer for JSOC. The other one, the Delta Force operator, his name was Billy Levine. And my book mostly is, or at the core of it, it's an investigation into who committed these murders.
So Billy Levine,
Illegal.
Delta Force. Talk about the Delta Force operations, and you just mentioned that people are being killed in Fort Bragg, and part of the killing responsibility is the Mexican drug cartels. But those cartels, you talk about being trained at Fort Bragg?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's unclear who committed the murders of Billy Levine and Timothy Dumas, I've got to say. Certainly, we might suspect that it could have been some of their associates in the drug trafficking industry. I did learn in the course of researching the book and reporting it that Levine and Dumas were buying cocaine through the Los Zetas cartel in Mexico, which in fact was trained in the United States. It began as a project, a joint project between the U.S. Special Forces and the Mexican government to create an elite paratrooper unit of the Mexican Army, and later went rogue and became one of the most feared cartels in Mexico.
So you're talking about a kind of Mexico Delta Force.
You could say that. You could say that, or Mexican Green Berets.
The numbers that you're talking about of soldiers who have died at Fort Bragg, in a couple years, over 100?
109 from 2020 to 2021. And only 4 of those deaths took place in foreign combat zones in Afghanistan and Syria. All the rest took place stateside, either on Fort Bragg itself or in Fayetteville, which is the town right by Fort Bragg.
So can you talk about, with this number of deaths, how does it compare, for example, to...
I mean, it sounds like we need to send the National Guard to Fort Bragg. I mean, sounds like a lot of crime is going on over there.
Illegal.
I mean, my God. Over 100 people murdered at Fort Bragg. Meanwhile, we just have one Doge employee who gets beat up by a teenage girl, and we have to have the fucking National Guard show up to the Capitol. Where's the equal response for this criminal situation going on?
Fort Hood. and talk about what happens when you have this massive number of deaths. Who is held responsible, and how are they dying?
Well, so far, nobody has been held responsible. Fort Bragg is the largest military base. However, the number of deaths there on a per capita and absolute basis outstrips any other that you might compare it to. For example, we're well aware that in Fort Hood in 2020, 38 soldiers died. That led to extensive news coverage as well as 2 congressional investigations, which ultimately concluded with the entire chain of command at Fort Hood being fired. Even though the situation at Fort Bragg is objectively worse and has been for years, so far, to my knowledge, nothing has been done about it.
You say that Fort Bragg has a lot of secrets, a lot of underground narcotic secrets. It's its own little cartel. That was Freddie Huff, who is the ex-DEA agent, talking about Fort Bragg. What exactly does that mean?
So Freddie Huff was a corrupt North Carolina state trooper and DEA task force agent who became a high-level drug trafficker in North Carolina. He was the connection between Los Zetas in Mexico and this group of Special Forces soldiers on Fort Bragg who were trafficking and distributing drugs in the area. And that quote was from Mr. Huff, and he was alleging that he sold hundreds of kilograms of cocaine to this group.
How many people die of suicide, and how is that dealt with in the military at Fort Bragg?
A shocking and depressing number. The Army is well aware that it has a suicide problem. It has for a long time, but the numbers at Fort Bragg are really extreme. It's the #1 cause of death at Fort Bragg by far. And many of those deaths are also drug-related, regrettably.
So why isn't there investigation going on? As President Trump tariffs Mexico and increases tariffs on Canada, talking about fentanyl. Talk about what's happening at Bragg.
Well, on the contrary, there haven't been, not only has there not been any sort of reforms or any crackdown on this, but Trump and Hegseth, they make a big show of their support for Fort Bragg, changing the name back to Fort Bragg from Fort Liberty, giving speeches there, touting the Special Forces and the Airborne Corps, without really taking seriously some of these underlying and systemic issues, which are quite troubling.
One of the ways you use these murders to talk about U.S. presence in the military around the world is when you talk about Timothy DeMoss. You say he was a quartermaster with the Special Forces, and how he used his position, was it in Afghanistan, to bring drugs into the United States. Now, this is the guy who was murdered.
Yes, that's the allegation. Not only was he involved in that, actually Timothy Dumas, before he died, wrote a letter, a blackmail letter. It was with the intention of blackmailing the Special Forces because he had been kicked out of the Army for his misbehavior and his crimes and had been deprived of his pension as a result of that. In order to, in a stratagem to exert leverage on the Special Forces and get his pension reinstated, he composed this document which purported to name the members of what Mr. Huff called the Fort Bragg cartel. But before he was ever able to release that letter, he himself was murdered.
So,
wow.
Illegal.
A lot of crimes going on over here. A lot of crimes. Yep, sounds like we need to have a federal takeover. Oh, wait, it's already taken over by the federal government. That's what? That's so weird. My God. Something is being run by Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. It's crimes are happening over there. Not doing anything about it. It's very strange. Very strange. Now we're criminalizing homelessness, but troops selling drugs, that's fine. That's not a crime. But being here and being an immigrant or just being brown is also now a crime, depending on context. Especially if you're near ICE, then you're definitely a criminal. Being brown is probable cause now, according to ICE. Let's go here to Eyewitness News ABC 7, 16 hours ago, where a rally has been ongoing to an attempt to have a student, a New York student, released from ICE detention.
Later this morning, immigration advocates and New York City leaders are holding a rally to demand the release of a 20-year-old high school student in ICE detention. The student from West Africa was taken into custody during a routine immigration court appearance. Let's get to Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate joining us live in Lower Manhattan. Phil.
Pedro, good morning. In just a few hours, immigration advocates, elected officials, and New York City school public students will rally on the steps of the Tweed Courthouse just right behind me, calling for the release of Mamadou Diallo, who was taken into ICE custody following a routine immigration hearing. We now know that this is at least the third New York City school public student to be taken into custody by ICE, but still so many questions swirling this morning as we know that he's been put through the federal system. And the big question is, on what grounds? Now, Diallo is from West Africa, a student at Brooklyn Frontiers High School, which is a transfer school serving students who are overage and undercredited, according to its website. Now, city officials have stressed schools are the safest place for migrants to be. Now, city leaders say the 20-year-old has no family in the area, and for Education Chair and City Council member Rita Joseph, they have one goal in mind today. Take a listen.
He's a rising senior. He's a student working with no family members in New York, and that's why we're all coming together. All my colleagues and advocates are rallying together to help bring Mamadou home.
And important to know that Diallo was seeking a special immigration juvenile status. We're also being told that he's being fast-tracked through the federal system. We are live in Lower Manhattan this morning. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. Well, let's
more than 30 migrants
detained. Please hold. All right, now let's go from talking about that one man who's currently in ICE detention, who doesn't sound like he should be there. Certainly doesn't sound like a criminal. Let's see what's happening to ICE detainees. Talk about the system in which they are being deported, removed from this country. Deported is really not the right word, as many people are not receiving due process, which makes it an extrajudicial rendition and not actual deportation. So we'll just call it removed. Yes, let's talk about the system of removal.
more than 30 migrants, detainees, handcuffed, walk up those steps and get on board. 1, 2, 3, 4 more detainees. You can tell that their hands are restrained.
This is one of about 6,000 ICE flights since President Donald Trump took office. We were able to find this plane here in Richmond, Virginia, but most of them are hidden from the public and operating with little transparency. Virtually every ICE flight carrying detainees blocks their tail numbers from flight tracking websites, making it nearly impossible for families and advocates to find their loved ones once they're in ICE custody.
This is one of the tail numbers that we think could possibly come here. And right now it's in Youngstown. Oh, look, I think it's taking off because the altitude is increasing. Yeah.
Okay. We studied months of flight paths, got a tail number, and made an educated guess about which flight would arrive in Richmond. Then using a crowdsourced database that monitors aircraft radio signal.
By the way, I want everybody to think about that number. 6,000 flights supposedly have happened. Now, this is an estimate I found on Google, but supposedly a commercial flight, one of these wide-body aircraft, cost about $10,000 an hour to fly.
We tracked the suspected flight, revealing every city and state it stopped in within 24 hours. This is the plane we're tracking, a Boeing 737 operated by Eastern Air Express with the tail number N668CP. It has up to 148 economy seats, a bathroom in the front and the back, but it's unclear how many people are on board this flight or any other ICE flight.
Tyson 51, continue on.
Okay, Tyson 51 is this one right now. That's the call sign that they're using for this flight.
Many ICE flights go by Tyson, the same call sign used to identify Trump's personal plane after he was elected in 2016. Here's the flight path it took on August 6. Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, to Louisiana, back to Ohio, then New York, picking up and dropping off detainees at every stop.
If it's actually coming to Virginia, it should be here very soon. It's on approach. It's on approach right now. Its altitude is like literally 50 feet.
Okay,
so.
I think over there. Go.
All right, I think that might be it. This is a plane. This is a plane that we've been tracking all morning. This is it. And we just saw like more than 30 detainees handcuffed walk up those steps and get on board. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 more detainees. You can tell that their hands are restrained. Another one. Okay, so they're unloading another vehicle here. Multiple detainees walking up to get on board this Eastern Air Express flight.
The Trump administration has used more than 70 airports across the country for domestic shuttle flights so far, moving ICE detainees between detention centers before deportation. In the past 3 months, the number of these flights spiked 90% compared to the same time period last year, according to an immigrant rights group. And that trend is expected to continue after the Department of Homeland Security recently earmarked $14.4 billion for ICE flights.
We know that the tail number of the flight that we've been tracking today is N668CP. And we want to see if this public tracking site that gets its data and information from the FAA has any record of the flight. Nothing comes up.
But we were able to track the flight as it made its way back to Alexandria, Louisiana, the busiest hub for ICE deportation flights.
Now, if this is the length of flight that they are taking on average, 6,000 of them or more having taken place, this is a multi-hour flight from what is basically Pittsburgh over here all the way to Louisiana. That's like a 3-hour plus flight. So you're talking $30,000. That's like $180 million. It's like $180 million for those 6,000 flights.
At this point in the journey, some of the first detainees on board were possibly on this plane handcuffed for nearly 10 hours. As this ICE flight completes its 24-hour trip, Louisiana is likely...
Okay, all right. Let's keep this moving. Let's go here to Florida, where one Putin Fingers DeSantis has announced a plan to build another immigration detention center in Florida. That's right, Florida. You don't need health care. What you need is more immigration detention centers. By the way, Florida is one of the most uninsured states in the country.
I'm being repressed! Earlier this morning, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced plans to build a second immigration detention center in that state. This announcement comes just days after a federal judge ordered construction on that so-called Alligator Alcatraz complex down in South Florida to stop. It's stopping for 2 weeks because of some environmental concerns. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call monitoring that story. Chanel, what did we learn this morning, friend?
Well, hey, Reed, good to see you. So this new detention facility will be at a prison in North Florida, and the governor has dubbed this Deportation Depot. Now, this facility will be at the Baker Correctional Institution in Sanderson. This is about 45 miles west of Jacksonville. It's also notably near the Lake City Gateway Airport, which the governor today, Reed, said would basically enable deportation flights from there. The Miami Herald is also reporting, Reed, that this facility has actually been vacant for several years years now. It was closed down back in 2021. That was when the state grappled with some severe staffing shortages. DeSantis saying today this facility, once it's up and running, will be able to hold about 1,300 detainees. He also says it'll have a lot of the same services as the state's first detention center, which you mentioned, so-called Alligator Alcatraz. That is in the Florida Everglades. And as you mentioned, Reed, that is facing some litigation. DeSantis today justified.
Oh, there we go. Ron DeSantis excitedly offering up Florida once again as a place for the Trump administration to park people being held by the Gestapo. Great job putting fingers.
This is ridiculous!
All right. Now, while the Trump administration determines who does and does not belong in this country and takes over, determines one by one who belongs in DC, he's also apparently got his hand in picking who gets to come to the Kennedy Center to give us art and music and things of that nature. Here's CBS from yesterday.
President Trump has announced this year's list of Kennedy Center honorees, and he also says he will host the annual event. Those receiving the 2025 Kennedy Center honors are country musician George Strait, Tony Award winner Michael Crawford, actor and director Sylvester Stallone, disco star Gloria Gaynor, and 1970s rock group Kiss. The televised gala will take place in December and air right here on CBS. And CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Ed, great to talk to you about all this. The president says that he was heavily involved in the selection process for these honorees and that he actually rejected several options for being too, quote, too woke. So how do this year's honorees compare to past years? And have we had a president himself host before?
Nancy, good to see you. Lots there. He says he's 98% involved in picking the honorees. 98%. And if you look at the accomplishments of these selections compared to previous...
This doesn't seem like it should be the top focus of the president of the United States. 98% involvement? Should be delegating more. I mean, my God.
You know, at some point in some year, they probably would have been worthy and would have been honored. So no surprise then that they are of the caliber that was selected to be honored this year. Stallone, of course, a multi-billion-dollar, very popular actor all over the world. Gloria Gaynor, those hits have survived all these years.
I got that.
Kiss, big in rock music and in makeup. George Strait, obviously a country music icon. And the Michael Crawford pick is probably the most Trump of them all because he's in Phantom of the Opera when it debuts. Trump's a huge fan. And today he goes on this rant about how Broadway to London actors are some of the hardest working people in show business. And he's not wrong.
Very best. Very best. Jesus fucking Christ. CBS. Kissing that ass. Yes, sir. Please continue with your great picks at the Kennedy Center. Love, CBS. Okay. So what was it? What do we got on the list? Okay. The Trump administration deciding who does and does not belong in D.C., who does and does not belong in the country more broadly, what is and what is not crimes against police, and other things like that. And also deciding who does and does not deserve awards from the Kennedy Center. But they're also deciding what does and does not belong in museums. Oh no, we don't have, we need the sound shot on the board. This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
this guy.
One of their political weapons is cancel culture, driving people from their jobs, shaming dissenters, and demanding total submission from anyone who disagrees. This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
It's the very definition of totalitarianism. It's weird. I feel like Donald Trump is himself being a totalitarianist. By his own claims about what totalitarianism is.
The White House is ordering a wide-ranging review of the Smithsonian museums and exhibitions ahead of the country's 250th birthday to align its content with President Donald Trump's interpretation of American history. In a letter sent to the Smithsonian Institution Secretary, the White House laid out the steps it expects the organization to take. The examination will look at social media, exhibition text, and educational materials to, quote, assess tone, historical framing, and alignment with American ideals.
Wow.
Civil rights leaders have criticized the administration's...
The White House is going to examine line by line the text used at the Smithsonian for framing and alignment with American values. My fucking God. We are truly living in a new McCarthyist era. What's great about this one is that we also get pure authoritarianism along with it. It's really a great combination when you think about it.
Particular focus on the National Museum of African American History and Culture as efforts to minimize Black Americans' contributions to the country. Holly Brewer, the Burke Professor of American History at the University of Maryland, said she had major concerns over the review.
They seem pretty clear that they want an exceptionalist narrative, to use their word, that avoids any issues that might cast the U.S. history in a bad light. Even though the Smithsonian is impartial, there are many parts of U.S. history that aren't completely comfortable, including...
That doesn't sound like they're going to be impartial anymore. Not even close.
Related to slavery, for example. It really does look like an effort to coerce people into saying things that might not even be true, and certainly to remain silent about things that are important. The instructions seem to be purposely arguing for censoring difficult parts of the American past.
The Smithsonian said it remained committed to, quote, scholarly excellence, rigorous research, and the accurate fact.
Scholarly excellence and rigorous research to phrases that do not align with the Trump administration in any measure whatsoever. Scholarly, yeah, scholarly, yes, of course. That's Donald Trump. Scholarly, rigorous man, Donald Trump. Loves evidence and facts. Unless those facts and evidences happen to disagree with him personally, then he'll fire the person who came up with the facts.
Illegal.
That's where we're living in Donald Trump's manufactured reality now, basically. It's like whatever fever dream Donald Trump has the night before, we all get to live through the next day. Now, a fever dream came to life on an international flight earlier on Thursday. Here's NBCLA from 9 hours ago.
A live look right now at LAX. Things are calm now, but for a plane full of passengers who arrived just after 7, they have quite the travel story to tell. A Breeze Airways flight headed for LAX was interrupted by an unruly passenger. That flight took off from Norfolk, Virginia earlier today, but had to reroute to Grand Junction, Colorado. NBC4's Macy Jenkins live for us from LAX. And Macy, we understand you spoke with the passenger who stepped in to help the flight attendants.
Yeah, Carolyn, I spoke to him as soon as they got to LAX. Listen, they were supposed to land at noon, but didn't get here until 7 p.m. All of this thanks to an intoxicated passenger who screamed racial slurs at the flight crew while waving a skateboard in the air, prompting that unscheduled landing in Colorado.
A diverted plane and an onboard arrest. Quite the unexpected end to a bizarre series of events on a Wednesday morning Breeze Airways flight from Virginia.
I've been flying for over 10 years, and I ain't never witnessed no mess like this.
The flight took off from Norfolk International Airport around 9 a.m., destined for LAX. But at some point, 46-year-old David Leroy Carter started acting out.
The men behind me are like, yo, he's drunk. And then the next thing you know, he's belligerent, he's doing too much.
Standing up, opening the overhead bins, waving a skateboard in the air, and being aggressive with a flight attendant.
I'm shocked to hear that the white man with 3 first names was belligerent on a flight. I am shocked.
No! This is the last time
Comedian P.K. Mackey was just 1 row away.
To be honest with you, he was using a lot of racial slurs to the black folk and the brown folk.
Illegal.
We were thinking a lot of things.
Passengers.
Yes. That is absolutely what you would be thinking in this moment. A lot of things.
Perplexed, bewildered, and unable to look away.
Everybody look. This guy wants to kill me.
At one point, you can see a flight attendant attempt to restrain him. The pilot relaying it all to air traffic control.
The approach said that the passenger is free and is using what they were trying to restrain him with as a weapon.
And that's when the man in seat 17C stepped in.
Literally picked this man up underneath his armpits and put him down like it was in a car seat. It was amazing.
The flight was diverted to land in Grand Junction, Colorado, where Carter was arrested by local police.
And the flight attendants kind of commended us for being super positive. We all kind of got back on board with smiles. Hours and hours later as it was.
We got the chance to meet the big man himself after finally landing at LAX.
Once I heard the flight attendant say, "Can somebody help me?" It was like I just saw black almost.
He asked that we not show his face, but his name is Ray, he's 6'6", and yes, he played tight end and defensive end.
Well, there we go. Disaster averted on a cross-continental flight. Racist, belligerent man causing problems for passengers thousands of feet in the air. That's the time when that's the time when you want to realize that one of your fellow passengers is a deranged racist. That's always a good revelation when you're just minding your own business, trying to get somewhere. It's like, oh, wait, what's that you're saying over there now? Excuse me, sir. Good God. Okay, I think now is probably actually a good time for us to take a quick break. Don't worry, though, we will be right back after these brief space messages. Do want to remind people that we have a goal going in chat right now. Still 2 hours left to complete it. We also have a galactic deficit. I have not done the math on it yet, but it's like $300. It's not, I don't know the exact number, which is why I haven't put it up. I don't want to put up a wrong number on what the deficit is this month. But we are unfortunately, I know. We're running another galactic deficit this month, so when September is rolling around, we're going to be fucked once again. Yeah. So you can contribute to that preemptively on Cash App or PayPal, or by starting a Patreon membership, as we get that money immediately, if not sooner. Where's my sound? Oh.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's where it is. Okay, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications coming out of GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line. Of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. The vast majority of that money, 98% or something, you yourself get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way. A month. I mean, my god. Incredibly affordable. Get yourself an avatar, shoutouts, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. Right back. Alright, I am back. Time for you to get back to your seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the second half of the stream. And I was listening in my break to the sound coming from the fucking soundboard. It's terrible. It's really bugging me. And having the soundboard working is an integral part of the show, which means that after this stream, I might have to stay awake all day and test it until I fix it. Yeah, and the music is the thing that's clipping it. I mean, honestly, something with the soundboard itself is causing it. From what I can tell, the soundboard itself is causing the sound issues that we're experiencing right now. I'm trying to figure out what I can do to improve on this situation. But it's gonna be a process, I'm afraid. I don't think it's gonna be solved midstream here. Anyway, chat, let's get back to it. Thankfully, we don't have to put up with it once the sound dies. I think that it's fine, from what I can tell. Unless the audio is bad for people during the stream. I haven't heard anybody complaining about it. But you let me know if the sound is still bad now that the music is done. All right, let's go here. Left off talking about how Donald Trump is trying to change everything that doesn't agree with his sort of sense of things, his personal reality. And then a psychotic man on a plane headed towards LA. Let's move on to talking business stories a little bit. And we'll let Apple CEO Tim Apple, he's got some things. He went to the White House earlier in the week to debase himself.
So, Tim Apple, remember when Trump called him that? Tim Apple. Tim's like, you'll remember my name now, buddy. Tim Cook went to the White House, and so Trump announced that the U.S. is going to impose a tariff of 100% on semiconductor imports, but exempting ones that are manufactured in the United States or that are committing to manufacture in the United States. Now, this is what the CHIPS Act was supposed to do. It was in the acronym, but Trump gutted that because Biden did it. So instead of having a industrial policy that is like ramped up in a more thoughtful way that involves building up the capacity to even manufacture these chips here before raising the costs of imported ones, we have this instead. We have Donald Trump implementing tariffs because basically Apple designs all of its chips, yes, here in the United States, but they fabricate them in Taiwan at TSMC. And we do not have fabrication sites, fabs, in the US at this point that are capable of producing chips for iPhones at the scale or with the complexity that they're able to do at TSMC.
The nanometers, the extremely small, yes.
Right.
Scale.
Taiwan facility. Now, this is in process. In Arizona, they're currently building a facility there, but it's not going to be ready until next year. So this 100% tariff on chips.
Yeah. Oh my God. Christopher DeBlante with the crazy super chat over here. That gets us to 7 immediately. Yeah. Is it anti-Semitic if you're playing a game and you spawn an Israeli IDF-made gun, but decide to dump it and fight with your fist instead. Because if so, then I may be anti-Semitic.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
You know, I don't think, I mean, I think it depends on your state of mind. If you're dumping it because of your general objection to the Israeli military, I think you're in the clear. I think you're in the clear on that one. It's a good question, though. Much appreciated, by the way. And how long do we have on the goal right now? We have 1 hour and 49 minutes. We're at 7. 7 of 10. Plenty of time to complete that goal. What was I going to say? I got completely distracted by that super chat. I was going to say something about Tim Apple just now. And God damn it.
Like, terrifying for Apple because they would probably have to raise their prices quite a bit. And Tim Cook is going to go here and debase himself, giving Donald Trump a 24-karat gold and glass gift in front of cameras, because this is what our supposed democracy has been reduced to.
Tim Gold.
Yes, please.
This box was made here in the U.S., California, and this glass comes off the Corning line.
Did he just boast that the box that the present was made in California?
I wasn't sure about the box, but it's a little hard to hear.
Yeah, and the glass was made in Corning, New York, where like the big glass manufacturers used to be before they were all like all Chinese into China. China stole them.
This box was made here in the U.S., California.
The bottom.
And this glass comes off the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah.
This is pathetic.
And is 24-karat gold.
This is
And it
ridiculous.
sits. I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
This is so pathetic. I mean, like I am physically repulsed by the shame of all of this. Like, is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke right now? Tim Apple here with a freaking a golden trinket for the president. I know what Daddy likes. He likes things that are gold. Maybe this will satisfy Daddy.
Nice of you, yeah.
Wow. Thanks. I could have had someone do that
Don't
for
get
you.
any fingerprints on it, please, too.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Mr. President.
This is sad.
The great people of Kentucky.
They just gave him a brick.
I don't know.
They just gave the president a brick of gold with a piece of glass in it. It's literally what just happened.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay. Sure.
So apparently on the glass, there's an Apple logo cut out with this disc, and then Trump's name is printed at the top of the glass, and there is a signature from Tim Cook and the message "Made in the USA." This is just like, I mean, he should have just gotten on his knees and blew him, and then that might have been a little bit less degrading than what we just saw.
I mean, I can call my son Baron on this, or it's not a phone.
I mean, honestly, this.
In the words of Emma Vigeland,
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
you should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
of thing is just what his job is. This is what Tim Cook's job is. It's like, you know, the fact that Tim Cook has to degrade himself in order to get like, you know, certain handouts from the president is the exact same when Mark Zuckerberg has to go in front of Congress and get yelled at by Elizabeth Warren about all of like the, you know, untoward practices of Facebook. That's just the cost of doing business. That's what it means to be the CEO of these companies. And so I think people should like, you know, at least understand that when they see this doesn't mean anything to Tim Cook, because Tim Cook doesn't have that emotion about it, because Tim Cook is like a billionaire. This is what it means to be a this is what it costs to be a billionaire. Like the illusion that you can be mean to everybody is like, you know, the Elon Musk thing. This is like having no like shame is like how you become a billionaire. And so this is absolutely part of that. And this is also like the benefit of Trump's tariffs for like captains of industry. It's like, if you can suck up to Trump, you'll have, you know, you will have a ability to corner the market where your competitors, you know, maybe just because they don't have access because they're not as big as you, they won't. And you know, maybe you'll lose some money because of the tariffs, maybe because of the fact that like your consumers have less money in their pocket. But by the time the tariffs are over in 4 years, because like, you know, Gavin Newsom wins the presidency, there won't be any competitors left. You'll have cornered the market.
Yeah, no, I love how the supposed, I mean, the people who used to cry free markets at every turn, you know, free market capitalism is the savior of was the great creation of Western society, are now having to defend tariffs, right? Like like federal intervention in free trade globally, as well as federal intervention and favoritism being displayed, just blatant corruption happening with the federal government and particular companies. Love that.
Fuck yeah!
Okay, well, first of all, do not say that thing about Gavin Newsom and speak that evil into existence. Secondly, it is like almost like what's Trump negotiating with training wheels here. He gets to be big boss man like on The Apprentice, where he's making deals, but it's completely asymmetrical because he's literally the president and he has the opportunity to approve like mergers or business deals or block them at a whim. And so he gets to feel like he's making these big deals, but it's all because he has all of the power, right? It's just it's like he is trying to learn how to ride a bike with training wheels on it. But the other part, when you were saying cost of doing business, it just occurs to me that this is just an escalation of lobbying efforts that already previously existed. Like we see that K Street and Washington D.C. has just billions of dollars sloshing around, and these companies spend so much money on it, and you would ask the question, why? Well, it's actually more profitable for them to spend a bunch of money on it. And so this degrading spectacle, it's just another cost of doing business thing, because at the end of the day, it's about using your money and your influence to buy the government, whether...
Yeah, we have a perverse system of government right now that enables the few with the most money to manipulate that system in their favor, while the rest of us are left watching it happen, almost helpless to stop it. At some point, then, it's going to require us to all band together, you know, because when we are banded together on certain things and enough ferocity, you know, things start to happen, I think, more. A little bit. Okay. Let's stay talking economics here. Let's talk about this troubling trend that is happening in the workforce. CBS News from yesterday did a story on this study. Well, it's not even a study, it's just a report showing that women are leaving the workforce in the United States much, much faster than men.
No!
Now to a concerning trend in the labor force. The exodus of women in the workplace is rising at an alarming rate. Take a look at data from the most recent jobs report. It shows 212,000 women aged 20 and over have left the workforce since the start of this year, while men of the same age have added 44,000 workers. Alana Samuels is a senior correspondent for Time who is writing about this, and she joins us now with more. Good morning, Alana. So why are so many women leaving the workplace?
Right. So we saw during the pandemic a lot of women actually entering the workforce. And now we're seeing a lot of strict return to office policies. And a lot of families are deciding they just can't pull that off. The other thing that's going on is daycare is getting really difficult because of the end of some pandemic subsidies. And so a lot of families are looking around and saying, I can't afford this. And one of the parents is going to have to drop out, and it's often the woman.
I have always heard, my friends with children complain and gasp at the cost of childcare. Can you just help me understand how much that does cost? Because there are some long-term impacts to women with young children leaving the workforce.
Right. So in a lot of states, I think it's about 33 states, it's actually more than college tuition. It really ranges. I think Washington, D.C., it's about $18,000 a year for 2 children. As I said, there used to be pandemic subsidies, and those would have actually continued under the Build Back Better Act, but that did not pass. And so it's getting really expensive. And at the same time, you have childcare workers on, Medicaid or food stamps. So it's getting really expensive for families, and there's just not really a solution on the horizon.
And it's alarming to some too, because we're now seeing increased gender disparities in the workforce. And this report comes out as the president's trying to combat a declining birth rate in the U.S. So how do these issues correlate?
Right. So I think a lot of women are having to decide over their careers or having children. Some might decide to drop out of the workforce and have children, and some might decide, I want to put my career first, or my family can't afford to survive.
Yeah, but when you think about what this actually means, and if you care about the birth rate, which, I think is sort of a ridiculous thing to care about, but if you did care about it, for the future, down the line, you're going to have young girls who are on their way to being women who, are going to look at their parents and, your mother who had to leave her job to have kids, and you're going to say, you know what, I'd rather, and it's probably going to do the opposite of what you want if that's really your stated goal. But, because the fact is supporting children requires 2 incomes these days in most cases. And you're left in a very difficult scenario, depending on a social safety net that is being gutted right now by the Republicans. Okay. Let's continue talking economics. Yesterday, inflation data came in. Please stop. There we go. Inflation data came in hotter than expected. So I guess someone else is going to get fired here any minute now, because I'm sure Donald Trump has heard of it at this point. But the CPI and the PPI came in the last 24 hours, and they are pointing to prices going up, even with the tariffs having been paused last month.
Breaking just a few moments ago, key new data showing wholesale inflation heated up last month. That's a potential sign for the prices consumers may see on store shelves in the months ahead. Let's bring in CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich, who has been tracking all of this. What are the headlines here, Vanessa?
Yeah, this report just out showing that the prices that businesses pay
has heated up. So you're looking at a year-over-year change of 3.3%. The estimate was an acceleration to 2.9%, so obviously above that. And then on the monthly basis, the estimate, what people expected was 0.2%. That's coming in at 0.9%. Wow. So quite a bit higher than what was expected. We are seeing increases both on the goods and services side. So the products and then the services like airfares or hotels, all of those categories on the rise. And you can see that uptick just right there in the month of July, spiking up after kind of a volatile recovery after those pandemic highs. Key things to look at in goods. We saw the price of food, the price that businesses are paying for food, up 1.4%. And look at this. This is interesting. Fresh and dry fruits and vegetables, kind of a category that is interesting to look at because we import a lot of vegetables, but not from countries that are heavily tariffed. So there's something else going on, but this accounted for a quarter of the increase of all goods. This could be because of labor issues with immigration. It could be weather. It could be transportation.
Okay, that's way more than a quarter. Unless this number is wrong, it accounted for nearly 40%, which is 2/5 of the increase.
Come on! Could be because of labor issues with immigration. It could be weather. It could be transportation costs, which also rose in the month of July. And then on the services category, you saw transportation and warehousing really increasing there. Trade services, these are the margins that businesses take in. Those actually grew, and that is because maybe they're passing more of their costs down to the consumer. And then finally, in terms of travel and accommodations, on the rise again. So you're seeing hotels up 3.1%. But if you see there, look at that dramatic increase from the month of June, when we saw levels that really we haven't seen in a while, and July now indicating a huge spike. The reason we look at
now this is honestly, this is bad. This is very bad for, you know, for everyone. First off, because we're all paying these prices, but two, this is bad for Donald Trump and his desire to have interest rates lowered. And the fact is, his lower interest rates would help people to some degree. Those who have outstanding debts, especially those on variable interest rates or those looking for loans, for new loans. But the fact is that this, we were just last week talking about how, well, maybe the Federal Reserve will consider cutting rates because the labor numbers were becoming weaker, right? You were seeing these revisions coming in, 250,000 jobs less, and the July numbers of July jobs numbers being very weak. And people were saying, hey, that gives them room to cut rates, and then you have inflation come in much hotter than expected, and further complicates that situation, right? Basically evening out any of those potentialities.
This report in particular, Jessica, is because ultimately businesses will have to make a decision. Do they pass this down to the consumer?
Right.
Clearly, they're paying more, and does that end up with all of us?
And what do they do? Also, the Port of Los Angeles moving more than 1 million containers in July. That's a record month. What does all that mean?
Well,
How does that
it sort of
factor in?
makes sense, right? Because you had a lot of businesses bringing in a lot of stuff to beat the reciprocal tariffs that were expiring on August 1st and then went into effect on August 7th. And then you were having a lot of people move a lot of stuff in from China, trying to beat those tariffs potentially going up. There's been a 90-day pause since then, but 1 million containers, more than 1 million containers, moved in the month of July at the Port of Los Angeles. That's an 8% increase from the previous year, and really trending up 5% on the year in terms of imports that they're bringing into the port. Gene Soroka, the head of the Port of Los Angeles, said, though, that he believes that the surge is behind us. He believes that surge was because people were trying to get stuff in before those tariffs rose, but likely the rest of the year will kind of resume back to normal levels.
Or lower. It's entirely possible that we resume after this. Now that we have hit this point where the tariffs are back in effect, it's almost a guarantee. Now, one thing that's getting affected by this dour economic mood in the United States are people's spending habits. Even things like fast food taking a hit, people pulling back on unnecessary costs. Here's CBS from 14 hours ago.
Let's talk food and finance. This morning's Money Watch, we are tracking a slump in sales for some of America's fast food giants. Their customers are cutting back on spending because the price of dining out has increased nearly 4% over the past year. Nancy Chen is here with a look at how fast food customers are responding. Nancy, good morning.
Hey, Nate, good morning to you. It is part of a daily routine for so many, a breakfast sandwich there, a salad to go there. But now, as their budgets are ballooning, more people are making food at home or even skipping out on meals altogether.
Of all the times you've made it at home, has it ever tasted like our McMuffin?
It turns out even McDonald's signature McMuffin isn't enough to draw customers in for the most important meal of the day. In earnings calls last week, the fast food giant and its rival Wendy's reported slow breakfast sales, especially among low-income diners, who they say are their core customers.
We're really talking about a fast food market, generally speaking, that is basically tanking right now.
Jonathan Mays is editor-in-chief of Restaurant Business magazine.
Why are customers shying away from fast food breakfast?
Well, the low-income consumer in particular are concerned about the state of the economy. They've been frustrated by prices, hurt by inflation, and breakfast is just an easy thing to cut out.
But it expands beyond that.
New Chipotle Honey Chicken.
Fast casual restaurants like Chipotle and Sweetgreen also saw sales slow in the second quarter, year over year.
If you're seeing Chipotle and Sweetgreen reporting significantly negative same-store sales, that suggests to me that there are more consumers that are really sort of rethinking how often they're eating out at restaurants.
Still, Mays says a sales slump could ultimately be a win for consumers.
Ooh, it could be a win for consumers. Nice. All right, consumers, get excited. Less people eating out. When you eat out, there'll be less bothersome human beings nearby. That'll be good. That'll be good. Enjoy that. Meanwhile, U.S. economy. People pulling back on spending. You know who doesn't have to pull back on spending? The President of the United States. Not only is he getting paid by you and me, he does get a salary, of course, every year. What is it, like $250,000 or something like that? But also, he has made, apparently, something like $3.4 billion from his presidency, according to the New Yorker. Author of this article went on to CNN to discuss this finding.
This week, the Trump family's crypto firm announced a $1.5 billion digital coin deal, another investment in a venture that's already raked in millions for President Trump and his family. But crypto is just one of many ways the First family is making money. There are merch sales, a meme coin, social media platform, of course, real estate projects in the Middle East. It's a dizzying number of deals that leave a huge question. Quote, the number. How much is President Trump pocketing off the presidency? That is the title of the piece you see there in The New Yorker, where staff writer David Kirkpatrick tried to answer that question. And David joins me now. Thank you so much for being here. Did you get an answer to your question? What is the number?
I came up with the best answer I could at press time, and it was $3.4 billion. Astonishingly, it's probably gone up since then.
Okay, so let's break down that eye-popping number. More than $3 billion with a B, crypto. That's where you identify most of the profits. How much have the president and his family made in crypto, and how?
Well, what's most remarkable is the number of transactions, the number of deals, the number of ways that the family has sought to make money. And I should tell you, when I set out, my method here was first, look at some stream of income and decide, one, is it coming from the presidency? Does it depend on the presidency? And two, how much have they made out of it? So in that category, Truth Social and the company that holds it, Trump Media and Technology Group, is definitely depending on the presidency. In the last month, the biggest chunk of what I'm calling their money from crypto has come through.
That is something I've been talking about this whole time, though, is that Truth Social is a money-making enterprise that is directly benefiting from the presidency. And this guy opened up another avenue that I wasn't even thinking of. But I've been saying it the whole time. Advertisers go to Truth Social, and basically, users, active daily users on Truth Social go up every time Donald Trump tweets on Truth Social. The fact that as president he uses his own social media company, which he owns a majority or a large stake. You think he's like 45% stakeholder of the company. The fact that he owns that company, I mean, it gives him a great deal of ability to enrich himself further.
Media and Technology Group. It has a stock that is basically a kind of financial indicator of the mood about the president. It's a meme stock, in other words. Stock trades only on how people feel about the president. But they've taken that meme stock and they've swapped it for cash and Bitcoin. So they have $3.1 billion of cash and Bitcoin on the books. The president holds 42% of that company. His share of that is more than $1 billion. So that's a $1 billion bump in his net worth just in the last couple months.
Eric and Donald Trump Jr. responded to your reporting about all of this. They were on Fox this morning. I want to play what they said and get your response.
Brian, it's infuriating. We had nowhere to go. Capital One stripped 300 bank accounts from me, 300 in the middle of the night. We didn't have a damn choice. Trump was the only guy that was actually a businessman before that. Are we supposed to stop running our businesses? Are we supposed to stop doing anything? He's not involved in these things. We are running those businesses as we have.
These two billionaire heir martyrs. Are we supposed to stop doing these things that are in clear violation of the Emoluments Clause?
David?
Well, those are points that the family's made before. On the first part, in a kind of a garbled way, what Eric Trump's saying there is that they got into crypto because they feel they were blackballed by the big banks. What he's leaving out is the banks that stopped doing business with the family did so after the attack on the Capitol of January 6th. And other banks did step in. The other point that Don Jr. is making, which is that they're a business family, they should be able to stay in business. When I went through their income streams, I set aside all the money that's their old business. The hotels, things like the hotel, all the deals that grew out of their old business. Okay, fine. A lot of people might say they should have divested from that, but fine. But I'm only talking about ways that they're trying to monetize the presidency, ways that in one way or the other, they're trying to cash in specifically on the fact that Donald Trump is in the Oval Office. Nobody's done that before, and that's what's so exceptional here.
That is such an important distinction. I'm glad that you differentiated.
Well, there we go. Not counting Donald Trump's sort of bricks and mortar businesses, Donald Trump has enriched himself to the tunes of billions of dollars, 3.5 billion, according to this New Yorker journalist. Incredibly troubling. How anybody is okay with that, it's mind-boggling to me. And where are the Republicans who were literally losing their freaking minds over a few $1,000 Hunter Biden laptop? Oh, Joe Biden got a check from Hunter Biden for $5,000. Like, Republicans couldn't shut up about the Hunter Biden laptop for like 3 years straight. Donald Trump makes $3 billion while a president. The crickets. Speaking of cryptocurrency, crypto has been having quite a time in recent days, hitting new highs.
Bitcoin reached a new record on Thursday, surpassing its previous peak from July. Bitcoin, the biggest cryptocurrency, climbed nearly 1% to over $124,000 in early Asia trading. Analysts say a recent rally is driven by expectations of Federal Reserve rate cuts. Institutional buying and pro-crypto moves by the Trump administration. So far this year, Bitcoin is up nearly 32%.
Let me say the entire crypto community.
US President Donald Trump has called himself the crypto president, and his family has entered the sector over the past year. Since he took office, crypto has seen a series of regulatory wins. The US has introduced new stablecoin rules and updated securities laws to grow the industry. Last week, an executive order allowed crypto assets in 401k retirement accounts that may benefit asset managers like BlackRock and Fidelity.
Well, there we go. Crypto bros making big dollars, big bucks, as crypto rockets to all-time highs. Fueled by Donald Trump's pro-crypto policy. Ponzi schemes. I mean, that's the future of America and the planet. And you know, it won't even be human-run Ponzi schemes. It will at some point in the future. We'll just have AI, we'll have bots creating, scamming each other's bots into buying their cryptos. Speaking of AI, one man who's dubbed by many the father of AI went on for an interview over at CNN yesterday to discuss the future of AI technology.
Warning about artificial intelligence from Jeffrey Hinton, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist whose pioneering research helped lay the groundwork for AI. That's why he's often called the godfather of AI. Hinton says there's a 10 to 20% chance AI will wipe out humans, but made headlines today suggesting at a conference that the tech industry should somehow install what he termed maternal instincts into superintelligent AI, so they'll protect humans like mothers protect their babies.
They've been saying, we have to stay in control of these AIs. We've somehow got to be stronger than them. We've got to be dominant and they've got to be submissive. That's not going to work. We have to make it so that when they're more powerful than us and smarter than us, they still care about us.
Jeffrey Hinton joins me now. Professor Hinton, your remarks have obviously gotten a lot of attention. You talked about engineers building maternal instincts into AI models. What would be the purpose of that? What would that do? And is it even possible?
Most of the AI experts believe that sometime in the next 5 to 20 years, we'll make AIs that are smarter than people. And they'll probably end up much smarter than people. And there's very few examples we know of smarter things being controlled by less smart things. In fact, pretty much the only example we know is a mother being controlled by her baby. To make that happen, evolution built maternal instincts into the mother. And if we don't do something like that with these alien beings that we're creating, we're going to be history.
How hard is it from just a technological perspective to actually build motherly instincts? I mean, is there an example of that being done at all, or has that happened at all?
The only real example we have is evolution. Evolution obviously made a pretty good job of it with mothers. People haven't been focusing on that. They've been focusing on making these things more intelligent. But intelligence is just one part of a being. We need to make them have empathy towards us. And we don't know how to do that yet. But evolution managed it, and we should be able to do it too.
You know, we've heard from so many people, leaders in the tech field, who say, well, look, if the U.S. doesn't win this war, this battle for dominance in the AI world, you know, a rogue nation, a country that's an enemy of the United States, China.
Now, I just want to point something out to old stupid face Anderson Cooper over here. But the United States just greenlit NVIDIA and AI to sell their chips to China.
China! I have to have my China.
So this whole claim that we're in a war with China is over. It's done. We are allowing them to have the same chips that companies over here do, and so that is a bunk talking point at this point. It's over. There is no more AI war with us and China. It's done.
Russia, they're going to have AI. If China is not developing AI that has maternal instincts, and the U.S. is the only one who has maternal instincts, does that not make them? I mean,
I love this claim. I love this phrasing, this framing from Anderson. Look, you know, if maybe and theoretically, if China is, you know, creating a fascistic AI, wouldn't it be better if we have a fascist AI? I thought, you know, if they're gonna do a mean, why don't we create one that's mean too? Okay.
Not making them weaker in this war for dominance?
Well, there are many risks of AI, like cyber attacks and loss of jobs and making nasty viruses. But one of the risks is this existential threat that AI will take over. And for that threat, all the countries will collaborate because they're all in the same boat. No country wants AI to take over. Just as the USSR and the Americans collaborated at the height of the Cold War, countries will collaborate on how to prevent AI from taking over from people.
Do you believe human nature won't encourage some leader somewhere or some government somewhere to believe that they can control it, whether or not that's actually possible?
Well, we have a nice example in the States of a government that's determined to control it. I don't think that's going to work. It may work against other countries, but when AI becomes smarter than people, that's just not going to work. This whole idea that people need to be dominant and the AI needs to be submissive, that's the kind of tech bro idea that I don't think will work when they're much smarter than us.
Do you still believe that 10 to 20% chance of AIs wiping out humans is possible?
Oh yes, if we can't figure out a solution to how we can still be around when they're much smarter than us and much more powerful than us, we'll be toast.
What do you think? I mean, it's stunning to me that this technology, I mean, it's already changing things, but the tidal wave of change that we are going to be seeing shortly and are already seeing, that it's being run by people who are not elected. These are people, you know, who are making billions of dollars doing this. Nobody ever really elected them. There's been no consensus agreement that, yes, this is good for humanity. Do you think the average person, and I include myself in that grouping, understands what is about to happen here?
No, I think they don't. And I think it's important for the public to understand it. We need a counter pressure.
Yeah, that's why we try and talk about this on a regular basis around here. I agree with Jeffrey Hinton. I mean, of course, I mean, he's, you know, the leading researcher on all of this stuff. AI. But I do feel like this is a societal changing force with great potential, both for ruination as well as progress, but it needs to be dealt with in a very methodical and thought through way, rather than just rushing into it, let alone the environmental implications of it all, the human impact could be enough to topple society in the worst case scenario. So, you know, I just don't think it's something that we should be rushing with reckless abandon on. Speaking of rushing with reckless abandon on things, Amazon's built. That's thought through. Way to think this one through, Amazon.
Tucson just became the first city to reject a massive data center proposal, and it only happened because of a huge community uprising.
The people who are paid to represent us are falling down on the job and just completely betraying us.
We are in a desert, we are in a 30-year drought. The map doesn't add up.
I have zero trust of whatever these people are telling us. They're saying they're going to reclaim water. They can't make water out of nothing. Can they make it rain? Maybe they can. I don't know.
I was on the ground to cover it day by day. I talked to residents, lawmakers, and lobbyists to tell the full David versus Goliath story of how one community took on Amazon and won. Let's dig into it. First, we have to rewind to day one when I landed in Tucson on a Monday afternoon.
It started with a town hall meeting.
These sessions are really propaganda sessions for the corporation. It's all just been people from the corporation, from Tucson Electric Power, and from Tucson Water to make the case to the public for why this is a good idea.
During a 2-hour session, some in the audience stood up to ask tough questions of the city and the company behind the project, Beale Infrastructure, a San Francisco-based corporation backed by Blue Owl, a $30 billion investment firm listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Upon completion, it would have had power capacity of 600 megawatts. That's enough to power every home in the city of Tucson. The corporation is trying to secure a deal requiring the city to annex the land the data centers would sit on, allowing them to procure the massive amounts of water directly from Tucson Water.
The water and electricity requirements will increase by maybe double over the next 5 years. Are we prepared for that?
I can only speak for what's in the development agreement for the water portion, because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
By no means am I asking anybody, even the mayor and council, to just trust the word of Beale or even staff on this project.
Deals are for rich people and big companies to make a lot of money. I'm a Native American, so I've seen this many times before.
We are so mad and we are so angry and tired. We're here to hear you.
There's a difference
We're
between
here to
just
hear
hearing
you.
and listening. Yes.
Oh my god. Terrible.
Awful. Weak.
We're here to hear you.
Right.
We're here to hear you.
There's a difference between just hearing and listening. Yes.
The way the data center developers went about the project was deeply troubling to many people here. Beale Infrastructure worked behind the scenes with Pima County's Board of Supervisors to try and secretly approve the sale and rezoning of county-owned land for a secret big tech client. That was until journalists from the Arizona Luminaria got their hands on some documents, which led us to our second stop, to talk to one of the reporters who got the scoop.
We found out through a document that was included in a public information request. We were able to report that the end user of Project Blue was Amazon Web Services.
If lawmakers welcoming data centers claim it's good for the community, why was this project so shrouded in secrecy?
That's been a big question that I think organizers are asking.
I walk pretty slow anyway.
Victoria just moved into this new house with her husband, just a few miles from Project Blue's proposed construction site.
Our concern is obviously that this data center and the high water use will further deplete the water table, and that this and you know, other wells around here will go dry as a result.
She's deeply worried about the potential water usage in an area prone to droughts.
If you knew that a data center could be built near here,
I would have looked elsewhere.
you wouldn't have bought this house.
No, I think it's just more corporate greed and big companies thinking they can do whatever they want.
This is the site for the proposed 290-acre data center facility that the company wants to develop here in Tucson. But it currently sits just outside city limits, which is why the company needs the mayor and the city council to sign off and approve an annexation of the land so it can tap into the city's water supply. Project Blue would require an 18-mile pipeline to be built connecting the project site to Tucson water. We wanted to ask an independent water policy expert about this idea, the kind of voice that many in the audience at the town hall wished they got the chance to hear from. So we met up with water policy expert Andrea Gerlach, a professor at the University of Arizona.
Is there enough water given cuts that are sure to happen on the Colorado River?
It's a hard question, is it enough? And what you think the value is. We just have to decide of all those users, what's most important.
The river did. Yeah, what's most important? Babies having water or data centers for Amazon?
Always look like this. So this is some historic photos from 1889, just a little further up the road. And you can see how wide and sprawling the floodplain was. It was about a mile wide.
Angel is with Reconciliación al Río, an initiative focused on the ecological and social restoration along the Santa Cruz River.
Purple pipes, if you're in Tucson, you're familiar, it is reclaimed effluent water. When those of us hear that a data center could be using more than 6% of our annual water use, we have to ask, where would that water be better implemented?
We asked the developers from Beal Infrastructure for an interview through their PR rep. They responded that they are, quote, only responding to written questions now based on past biased media coverage and editorials.
Those darn biased medias.
In this community. With so much opposition, who's actually backing Project Blue? We met up with Pima County Board Supervisor Rex Scott, who cast the deciding vote back in June to sell the land to Beal Infrastructure.
It's a dry place, and you know, water is a fight here.
Absolutely. So why did he decide to back a project that so many people here think is a terrible idea?
I am not just enthused with the vote that I took, I'm proud of it.
This is a battle between tech billionaires and people, working class folks who want to protect their water. Do you see this as a fair fight?
I do, because we're talking about 1% of our total water portfolio, 6% of our reclaimed or recycled water.
Supervisor Scott says he doesn't think the people should be able to vote on this.
I
don't think people should be able to vote on this.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I really need to add on, this is the definition of totalitarianism to this other version of Lord that I'm running right now. Since the other version was causing problems, but I don't have it. I don't have it on here. Definition of totalitarianism, I swear to God. People shouldn't be able to vote. Wow. Amazing. Speaking of groundwater, let's talk about how much groundwater we actually have and how long that might last. PBS Terra.
Climate change is making rainfall and droughts more extreme and unpredictable, which means we need groundwater more than ever as a buffer to support us when rivers dry up and rain doesn't fall.
Because it's not dependent on the last season's rainfall, it's effectively much more climate resilient.
But the thing about groundwater is that it's not a renewable resource in the same way that surface water is. It behaves more like oil. Once we pump it out, it's often gone for good. And now scientists warn that we're rapidly approaching a tipping point, something called peak water, the moment groundwater supply begins an irreversible decline. meaning that each year we'll have less of it available than the year before. And groundwater is foundational to modern human life. It supplies nearly a third of the world's fresh water and over 40% of global irrigation. But now, all of these forces are on a collision course, worsening droughts, rising food demand, and shrinking aquifers. And a new study has modeled exactly when and where global peak water is expected to hit. And it's not good news for some of the world's most important food-producing regions. In one country, it's gotten so severe, they're moving their entire capital city.
Mish with the beautiful, beautiful super sticker. #1 fan. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Look at that pair jump up and down in excitement. That's the first time I've ever seen that #1 fan sticker before. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That gets us, I'm trying to remember right now, it gets us to 9. We are at 9 of 10 on the goal, even though it says 1 of 10. It's really the opposite. We only need one more super chat to get us the full content slated for today. And we have less than an hour. We have about an hour to go. Yeah, almost exactly 1 hour to go. Incredible. Look at that pair go.
At first, pumping groundwater seemed kind of like a miracle. Clean, accessible water on demand with no visible consequences. In the United States, that water has fueled the growth of some of the country's most productive farming regions, including California's Central Valley, Arizona, and the High Plains. Regions with hot, sunny climates perfect for growing crops, but with nowhere near enough rainfall to support large-scale farming on their own. And similar stories have played out across the world, like in northern India and Pakistan, Mexico, Iran, and across the Middle East. Dry regions with fertile land and fast-growing populations. Groundwater is one of our most precious resources, but it's also one of the least visible.
Surface water is the water we can see flowing in rivers and comes from the rain. Then part of this water infiltrates into the ground and is stored underneath in the porous rock and soil, and this forms then what is called an aquifer.
This filling or recharge process is so slow that much of the water stored in aquifers is truly ancient, sometimes tens of thousands of years old, which is why it's often called fossil water. That makes it essentially non-renewable on human timescales. But we haven't treated it that way. Instead of seeing groundwater as a finite resource, we've pumped it as if it were endless. So
that's not a great vibe, Maya. My freaking god, fossil water. That we should be thinking about all of this in very different ways. Oh, that's troubling. We really haven't guarded our resources very well, have we?
Where has that left us? Well, in California's Central Valley, water tables have dropped by hundreds of feet in some places.
Oh, that's right. We're pumping out fossil water for Amazon's data centers. Right. Okay.
Thousands of wells have run dry, with entire communities losing access to water. And in some places, the land itself is sinking by up to 2 inches per month due to subsidence. In Arizona, enormous fissures have opened up across the landscape, in some cases over a mile long. Across the High Plains, some farmers have had to drill so deep to access water that some wells now cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you might think that as groundwater stress increases, we'd slow our extraction and begin managing it more sustainably, right?
Yes.
Right?
We're looking at data for 40 countries. These areas accounted for 75% of groundwater withdrawals globally.
This was the most comprehensive study ever conducted of its kind. In total, they looked at data from 178,000 wells.
It didn't surprise us too much that groundwater levels are declining. What was really striking for us is that the rate of decline was accelerating. in many places.
In other words, not only are aquifers shrinking, they're shrinking faster than ever before. So why aren't we managing this water more carefully? Well, part of the answer at least lies in climate change.
The groundwater itself is not too much affected by climate change. But the people adapt to climate change and use the groundwater, which they usually would have taken when rain was falling regularly.
So we find ourselves in a catch-22. As droughts grow longer and more intense, we rely more and more on groundwater to fill the gap, which only speeds up depletion. But at the same time, we'll need that groundwater more than ever in the future, precisely because droughts are getting worse. Which raises the big question: how far are we from the tipping point when groundwater availability peaks and begins its indefinite decline? This is exactly what a new study set out to understand on a global scale. A team of researchers ran 900 simulations using one of the world's most advanced human Earth system models. These scenarios explored a wide range of possible futures, different climate trajectories, population growth, energy demands, and water policy. Well, in nearly all of the 900 scenarios, global groundwater extraction follows a clear peak and decline pattern, with the global peak projected around 2050, just a couple decades away. And many of the places most likely to peak are among the most important food-producing regions on Earth and will expose about half of...
Just want to go back here. You can see some of the regions that are in most danger right now. And this over here, California, Arizona, New Mexico, real bad, real frickin' bad. Same thing for northwestern Mexico down here. The entire western Mediterranean coast in Africa. Western coast of Saudi Arabia and Yemen. Much of the Mediterranean, honestly. Not just Africa. You can see it straight through here, from Israel all the way up to Turkey. Part of that is Greece over there too.
The most important food-producing regions on Earth and will expose about half of the world's population to water stress. These include critical farming regions in the western United States, Mexico, India, Pakistan, and China, as well as several other countries in the Middle East and Mediterranean. Now, to be clear, groundwater doesn't peak because it disappears entirely. There's still a vast volume of water beneath our feet, but as aquifers are pumped, water tables fall and that water becomes harder and more expensive to reach. Wells must go deeper, energy use rises, and costs skyrocket. Eventually, many users hit a breaking point. Some adapt by switching crops or importing food. Others stop pumping altogether. And that's what scientists mean by peak water. The moment when extraction becomes too difficult, too costly, or too damaging to continue at the same pace. And in this way, groundwater mirrors the behavior of other depletable resources like oil and minerals.
Not a great vibe. Not a great vibe. Big dudes coming out of PBS Terra today. But unless we start addressing and our relationship to water resources and other sorts of vital resources that we are going to we're gonna have What is Nightbot talking about right now? Wow. Nightbot is claiming that groundwater extraction is causing the Earth to rotate in a different direction? My God. Okay. If you haven't noticed, we are in the environmental half now. And things are still on fire and or underwater as usual this summer. That's normal. That's normal in the climate collapse of Earth. Let's go here to Alaska to start us off, where evacuations.
Residents are being strongly encouraged to evacuate their homes as record-breaking glacier-related flooding is expected today. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call is tracking this active weather story today, and she joins us now from New York with more. Chanel, what do we know?
Well, Muga, officials have been warning people who are in the flood zone to be ready to evacuate for days now. Today, the area near the Mendenhall Valley is most at risk. Residents there are now being urged, Muga, to evacuate as that glacier is releasing floodwater. So here's how this happened. Every spring and summer, warming essentially is causing a small glacier that's near the Mendenhall Glacier to retreat. There's a basin known as Suicide Basin that fills up with rainwater and snowmelt. And then when the water creates enough pressure, it's then forced under or around the ice dam. So what happens after that is it then enters the Mendenhall Lake, eventually flowing down the river and then downstream toward the capital city. Now, we know that the National Weather Service is saying that we'll probably see peak flooding at around 8 a.m. And I just want to contextualize as well, what you're looking at right now is a time lapse. That peak is supposed to happen at noon Eastern time. So we're keeping a close eye on this for the next hour or so. And just to put this into perspective for you, Mugo, the Mendenhall Glacier is about 12 miles north of Juneau. It's got a population of about 30,000 people. It's also, as you probably know, a very popular tourist destination. And flooding there has become a really big concern in recent years. And
well, there we go. Flooding in Juneau expected as glaciers melt faster than normal. Totally 100% linked to climate change. If it's faster than normal, it's almost a guarantee at this point. It's linked to climate change when it comes to these sorts of weather events. All right, let's go to Washington, where the Bear Gulch fire is continuing to burn.
The Bear Gulch fire, now upwards of 5,777 acres, remains at just 3% containment.
For the last few days, these are the areas where the fire has just been slowly spreading.
Ground crews focusing on keeping homes and communities nearby safe with preventative work, while helicopters rain from above.
So this is a
we watched this one yesterday. They were at 6,000 acres. Now this one just came out in the last 24 hours. According to officials, the Bear Gulch fire.
A wildfire burning in the Olympic National Forest will keep burning until winter.
You're ruining this. You ruined it. You ruined it. The officials say that this goddamn fire is going to continue burning till winter.
Winter is coming.
A wildfire burning in the Olympic National Forest will keep burning until winter. The Bear Gulch fire is now more than 7,300 acres. As the fire continues to grow, firefighters are focused on keeping flames away from homes. King 5's Bridget Chavez reports from the Incident Command Center.
The incident commander says overnight the fire grew by about 1,200 acres and now they need help from Mother Nature.
From the lake to the mountaintops, heavy smoke marks a battle firefighters know will be a long one.
The weather's going to put this fire out. The firefighters are not going to be successful in putting this fire all the way out.
Incident Commander Sonny Caldwell says the Bear Gulch fire will keep chewing through terrain until winter, and it's expected to grow even larger.
Wow. Great. How good is that? Well, I guess we can expect to have more footage of this fire in the future. In the distant future, for the love of God. Alright, let's go down to California, where a fire sprung up in northern LA. Here's KTLA 5 from 14 hours ago.
We are continuing to follow breaking news in northern LA County, where flames are burning dry brush near the 5 freeway at Smoky Bear Road. The King Fire broke out just after 1 a.m. and quickly grew to nearly 400 acres.
A shelter-in-place warning has been issued east of the 5 freeway and south of Highway 138. There is also an evacuation warning in place for people living in Hungry Valley east of Caswell. Now, drivers traveling through the Grapevine being asked to exercise caution in that area for the conditions that the firefighters are facing. Let's turn it over to Henry DiCarlo.
Yeah, you know, winds are a little bit stronger this morning. We're seeing a little shift.
Okay. Things on fire in the west, as they have been for weeks now. And it's not just the west coast, it's also the inland west. Let's go here to Phoenix.
The Dragon Bravo fire is now the largest fire burning in the United States. Currently, it's also one of the largest wildfires ever recorded in Arizona.
Some local business owners say the fire is keeping tourists away, and Fox's Kennedy Hayes is live from Fredonia, Arizona. Kennedy, this is a problem. I mean, this is their business up there.
Christina, John, that's right. And to give you an idea about where I am now, Fredonia, Arizona, as you know, a small town just south of Utah. It's also known as a gateway to the north rim of the Grand Canyon. And with this Dragon Bravo fire closing that part of the park, business owners tell me they're seeing fewer visitors.
All right. Now, in Utah, the Willard Peak fire is forcing evacuations. This is as of 23 hours ago out of Gazelle News, Utah. Apparently, power outages are also hitting the region.
Thousands of Utahns will make a final push to enjoy the great outdoors over the upcoming Labor Day weekend.
Okay,
Unified Fire has some reminders for how we can stay safe and avoid starting fires.
With some of the most devastating fires still ripping through the state, a Stage 2 fire restriction is in place for all 46 Utah state parks. That means no campfires, not even in fire pits like this here.
We want to make sure that people understand that the risk of a fire that can be generated simply from a campfire, a recreational campfire, can start.
Here at Spruce's campground in Big Cottonwood Canyon, 2 public information officers from the Utah Fire Authority talk campfire safety for areas not restricted, like our beautiful national parks.
Make sure that you're clearing flammable debris around.
Like this dry fuel.
Make sure that you're not anywhere near any type of grasses or weeds or anything that could catch a spark.
And never leave a fire unattended. When you're ready to leave, follow these simple steps.
Water takes away a lot of the heat. It can spark.
Okay, we don't need this. We don't need to be told how to put out fires right now. Thank you. Very helpful. We were just watching that to remind us that the fires are still going in Utah. Now, also, fires are continuing in Colorado as the Lee Fire continues to grow, which I believe is the largest fire in Colorado currently burning.
There are new evacuation orders in the western slope as multiple large wildfires continue to grow closer to populated areas. Now, the Lee Fire in Rio Blanco County has now reached the Garfield County line to the south. That fire has surpassed 123,000 acres, and containment has decreased actually to now 4%. The Crosho Fire in northeastern Rio Blanco County and Routt County is now more than 1,700 acres and also no containment. We have made it halfway through this week. Glad to have.
That's never good. When containment goes down, that's not great.
This tonight, I'm Shannon Ogden. Now, Governor Polis today announced he's going to visit the Western Slope Fire Zone tomorrow. He will meet with wildfire crews working in those difficult terrain and those very tough conditions. In fact, it's those tough conditions making these fires unpredictable and prompting new evacuation orders tonight. Denver 7's Colette Bordelon live in the studio with us. And Colette, you're also hearing from people who are packed up and they're ready to go when told.
That's right. And here are those new evacuation zones. So it's 81, 84, and 85. They're right here on this map. And I know it can be kind of busy, which is why I want to point them out to you. Right down here is Rifle, just for a little bit of perspective. Now, 81 and 85, those are on top of the Rowan Plateau, making up mostly an industrial landscape or public lands. As these new evacuation orders creep closer to I-70, I spoke with...
All right. Much of the West just on fire. Good stuff. Meanwhile, parts of Alaska underwater due to glacial melt. And in Tennessee, sudden flash flooding caused multiple fatalities in the last day. Here's NBC News from yesterday.
Well, 6 million people across Tennessee and parts of South Carolina and Kentucky, they're under flood watches today after a severe storm slammed Chattanooga just overnight. 3 people were killed when a tree fell on their car as torrential rain and flash flooding shut down roads, stranded those drivers, sparked water rescues. 1 man is missing after first responders saw him get swept away by those very floodwaters. More than 6 inches of rain fell in parts of Chattanooga, making it the second wettest day in the city's history. That's according to the National Weather Service. That's also where NBC News national correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us now. Aaron, tell us specifically about the damage. What are you seeing there behind you?
Well, Morgan, we have heard about damage that really consists of the roads here having been impacted so badly by the onslaught of water that fell across this region here on the Georgia-Tennessee line. For several hours yesterday, we were told by one person that it seemed like the rain just sat on top of Tennessee, on top of Chattanooga for hours and hours yesterday. We stopped in northern Georgia and at an apartment complex where folks say they've lost everything because the water rose so quickly in that apartment complex and really destroyed furniture that was on the first floor of so many of the buildings in that complex. Here in Chattanooga, we are set up right where authorities here have been executing a search for the man that you mentioned who was swept away in the floodwaters here yesterday afternoon. We know that the road that we're standing near was closed as the creek behind us started to rise. The fire department came in, they put up barricades, and witnesses tell us that the man went around those barricades and seemed to walk toward the creek, perhaps not knowing how high the water was, and simply fell into the creek at that point in time. The search went on well into the evening hours last night. Local officials were forced to call it off after putting boats in that creek and then resumed that search earlier today while, Morgan, more rain was falling here in the Chattanooga area.
Terrible. Just terrible. One wonders how much warning these got with the National Weather Service being defunded right now. Was it adequate? Were people very amount of time and to avoid his perilous fucking situation?
Tonight here with the dangerous storms moving into the east right now. Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City all bracing for potentially dangerous winds, thunderstorms, and flash flooding. And it comes amid deadly storms already. At least 4 people killed, including a mother, father, and their 3-year-old child who were killed when a tree fell on their SUV. Tonight, a state of emergency in Chattanooga. Drivers taken by surprise on Highway 24 after more than 6 inches of rain in a short period of time. The second wettest day in that city's history. The city's mayor tonight saying at least 35 people were rescued by swift water teams who worked straight through the night. And as we watch these new storms now headed for the northeast, we're also watching tonight Tropical Storm Erin, now set to become the first major hurricane of the season in the Atlantic. Tonight, the satellite images here. Erin now about 2,400 miles from the East Coast. We have the new timing for you. And tonight, the spaghetti models showing the potential path. Some of those models have it closer to the East Coast now, but it is still very early. Many of the models have the hurricane still being held out to sea. Either way, rip currents will likely be a real issue all along the East Coast. We have the forecast, the storms hitting the Northeast tonight and the track of this potential hurricane in the coming days. And ABC's Stephanie Ramos leading us off with the deadly storms already tonight.
Tonight, flood watches for millions in the Northeast after a deadly 24 hours in the South.
Have you seen anything like this?
More than half a foot of rain in the Chattanooga area, flooding Interstate 24.
The highway's filling up. Go, people!
This vehicle floating in high water. A Department of Transportation camera capturing a first responder carrying a person on their back who was trapped in their car to dry land. Chattanooga police say not far from this scene, a man was swept away by floodwaters, later found dead. Just outside Chattanooga in Eastridge, Tennessee, swift water rescue teams working around the clock, rescuing multiple families and their pets from homes. Sadly, in Eastridge, authorities say a mother, father, and child were killed when a large tree fell on their SUV. The ground saturated throughout the region. Another massive tree crashing down just across the state line in Rossville, Georgia. Meanwhile,
Jesus Christ. Not great. Changing its path all of a sudden. Last time we checked it on Aaron, it was supposed to head out into the Atlantic and not threaten the East Coast. Now it's possible that that storm comes and makes landfall. Certainly not a guarantee, but it's now on the table. Now, not too far north in the tri-state area, storms caused more flooding. Here's CBS New York from yesterday.
But we begin tonight with our first alert weather. Storms bringing in heavy rain, flash flooding, and lightning. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson. These storms came in quick, and they certainly packed a punch. More than 7,000 customers across the tri-state are without power, and the rain pelting streets like here in Coney Island, leaving it difficult for storm drains to catch up. This was the scene in Jamaica, Queens, where Sutphin Boulevard was flooded with ankle-deep water. And then take a look here at this lightning strike at Newark Airport, where it appears to have hit a control tower. Lonnie Quinn is in our virtual studio now. Lonnie, we may see some of this lingering around tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be as much, but you're right, KJ. The front itself has not passed through the area yet. Here's our picture right now outside New York City. So we're not picking up rain currently, but you were showing those folks who had a lot of rain up to their ankles in some spots. Look at the biggest number. Armonk comes in with 1.87 inches of rain. Greenwich, Connecticut, 1.3. Newark, about an inch and a quarter, 1.1 in Brick, New Jersey, Central Park, 0.71. Question is, what's happening right now? We thought, an hour or so after sunset, things should start to calm down for the most part. That is true. But look over here. Again, we're not seeing rain right now in the city. A little bit of rain still lingers out around the Twin Forks, maybe a little bit around the southern portion of Ocean County. But for the most part, that's pushing out. The bigger picture will show you what looks like not much. But I just want to point out that little... It's almost like a dotted line of some raindrops out there around the Great Lakes stretching down into West Virginia. That's the front itself. That's got to move through. It doesn't look like it's too powerful right now. There's a chance what we could see tomorrow for a shower or a storm, just not as much as we saw.
All right, there's your weather update in the tri-state. All right. Let's see here. How are we doing on time? Okay, not bad. 3 hours in. BBC from 3 days ago talk about how record warm ocean temperatures are bringing extraordinary new species to the waters of around the United Kingdom.
BBC analysis has found that the waters around the UK have had their warmest start to the year since records began, and it's all because of climate change. But what are the consequences? Here's our climate editor, Justin Rowlett.
Heather Hamilton and her dad, David, are keen snorkelers. They've been going out into the seas around Cornwall virtually every week since Heather was a little girl. But in recent years, they have seen some big changes. Huge blooms of these jellyfish-like creatures called salps, for example. They're normally rare in UK waters.
When you're above the water, you'd have no idea that they're even there, and as soon as your head goes submerged underwater, you're seeing these big chains, almost glowing slightly, almost like fairy lights is the way I'd explain it, kind of just swirling through the current, connecting with one another. But yeah, it just felt very kind of out of this world, something I've never seen before.
And then there are the octopuses, hundreds of them.
I've been snorkeling 30-odd years. I've never seen an octopus. I saw my first one last summer for the very first time. And with Heather this was it May or June we saw?
Yeah, end of May, I think.
End of May, we entered a special spot of ours and we saw about 10 of them. Absolutely amazing creatures.
Out in open water, there are some even more dramatic sights. This was filmed off the coast of Cornwall last week. Dozens of bluefin tuna are feeding. They started appearing in our waters about 10 years ago. Bluefin tuna can grow to up to 3 meters long and weigh more than half a ton. Two local lads, Harry Polkinghorne and his friend Ollie Hayes, have been fishing together for the last 5 years and posting online videos of what they catch and see.
Just take a look at this. This is when we were filming off Lanzane. It was just absolutely incredible.
God, that is a huge fish. I think you can see it taking a garfish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just came straight out the water, the whole fish. Sometimes you'll just get one come up, and then other times when they find a big shoal of bait fish, you'll see one, then two, and then suddenly 1,000 will just appear out of nowhere, circle them, and they close in, eat them all, and then they all disappear again. And it's just incredible.
And that's not all. Down here in the southwest, there are increasing reports of sightings of humpback whales and even fin whales, the world's second biggest whale species. Some scientists are saying it's like a canary in the mine, pointing the direction to the kind of changes we can expect to see around the UK's coasts as our climate continues to change.
Yup. That is the world that we're living in right now. Ecosystems are changing rapidly. And the species on this planet are doing everything they can to adapt. You'd think being, as we're the ones who are causing all of these changes, and are the only ones who can stop them, humanity might take this all a little bit more seriously. All right, while we're talking, let's talk about plastic pollution.
After 3 years of negotiations with 184 countries at the table, a final 9 days of talks hope to save a first-of-its-kind treaty against plastic pollution. But negotiators left Geneva without signing an agreement.
The current proposed text is totally unacceptable, and we cannot accept it as a basis for negotiation.
With 1 day of negotiations left, talks chair Luis Fallas Valdivieso proposed the latest draft, hoping to find a middle ground. Instead, countries slammed the text one after another.
Our red lines and the red lines of the majority of countries represented in this room were not only stomped, they were spat on and they were burned. It is not ambition, it is surrender, and we will not sell out our future generations for a text as weak as this.
Critics blasted Wednesday's proposal, with many saying it lacked ambition or any real enforcement mechanisms against the plastic waste piling up on beaches and in landfills across the globe. Environmental NGOs denounced an absence of constraints on the production of virgin plastic, with the Greenpeace delegation calling the document a gift to the petrochemical industry and a betrayal of humanity. For others, the proposed agreement has already gone too far. A coalition of oil-producing states staunchly oppose any regulation on plastic production, choosing instead to focus on waste management solutions.
Yeah. Love that. Don't worry about how much we're making. We'll figure out how to solve the waste aspect of it, which we are literally incapable of doing because of the fact that oil-based products, plastics, not very recyclable. Scientifically speaking, we have found nothing that makes it to waste. Do not have the processes available to us to properly recycle the amount of plastic that we are making. So that is a laughable framing. And unfortunately, that big plastic summit yielded no results. All that and nothing. Europe is on fire. Still? Let's go here. BBC from yesterday.
Extreme heat is continuing to fuel wildfires across the south and west of Europe. Thousands of people have been forced from their homes as temperatures have risen above 40 degrees Celsius. Red heat alerts have been issued in parts of Greece, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal and the Balkans, carrying a warning of significant risk to health. In Portugal, firefighters have been battling 3 large wildfires, with the most serious near Troncoso in the centre of the country. More than 1,300 firefighters and 14 aircraft were deployed, with Morocco sending 2 planes after Portuguese water bombers broke down. Authorities warn southern regions could hit 44 degrees Celsius, with the temperature not expected to dip below 25. Our correspondent Guy Hedgecoe is in Madrid and he gave us the latest on the situation in Spain.
Well, today, in fact, temperatures in many areas have dropped slightly compared to yesterday, when we saw temperatures up to 44 Celsius down in the south of the country. However, it is still very hot. So, for example, cities such as Seville and Cordoba are expecting to see temperatures rise up to 41, 42 later on today. And also the northeast of the country is seeing temperatures up in the high 30s later on today. And we're expecting temperatures to go back up to the sort of levels we were seeing yesterday again tomorrow for the rest of the week. So it is still very hot here. And of course, the big challenge right now for the authorities, for many communities, are these wildfires that we're seeing in so many areas of the country.
And I understand that an extreme risk of wildfire is forecast still, despite that slight drop in temperatures today. It's not much of a relief, and certainly if wildfires are already burning, the risk of more fires catching remains. How many of those wildfires are still out of control, Guy?
Well, there are several dozen that are still burning, pretty much in every region of the country. However, there are some which are particularly big, particularly in the northwest of the country. In the northwestern region of Galicia, there's a large fire in the province of Orense, which has been burning for several days now, and which has already burnt several thousand hectares.
Well, there you go. Wildfires continuing to rage across the Mediterranean with this in place, it would seem. Let's go through some of the newest footage I have on these fires from the last 24 hours. Okay, this is in Portugal. can see multiple fire vehicles attempting to assist in putting this thing out. Thing is definitely growing. Yeah. Okay. Let's go from Portugal to Spain. Here's Reuters from 15 hours ago. Firefighters battle overnight wildfires in Spain. I think this is also in the southern region of Spain.
Bueno, para ello vamos. Sacar ese trozo, Rubén, saca. O por al cancho.
Wow. The winds do not appear to be helping whatsoever in this fight. Alright, here's ABC News. Thousands displaced as Southern Europe battles never before seen fires.
From Greece to Spain, Europe is burning. More than 150 new fires broke out across Greece in a single day. Thousands of exhausted firefighters are battling to control the blazes in intense heat and strong winds.
What does it look like? It looks like doomsday. We came from Athens with our volunteer association. We can't do anything more. May God help the people here.
Despite evacuation warnings, residents joined the effort, while others watched in despair as their livelihoods were swallowed by flames. On the tourist island of Chios, rescue boats evacuated trapped beachgoers. In Spain, more than 4,000 people have been evacuated as flames devoured thousands of hectares of land in the country's northwest. 2 people have died, including a volunteer firefighter.
It's very painful. I'm so sorry. What are we going to do if our house burns?
In Albania, residents have never seen fires this big. An 80-year-old man died in one blaze as authorities warned the conditions could become even more challenging in the coming days.
What is happening here, it has never happened before. I have lived here for 65 years.
Here in the UK, a significant water shortage has been declared. The government has asked residents to delete old photos and emails from their phones and computers to help save on the huge amounts of water used to cool the systems that the data is stored in. Several areas in England are officially in drought as the country endures its 4th heatwave this summer.
Yep, things are hot and dry, or on fire, all over Europe. Now let's go here. This is the AP in Greece. Sorry, apparently this is Albania, even though the title said Oh, I guess, am I looking at the wrong video? I am looking at the wrong video. God damn it. This is in Albania. Now Spain. And Portugal. Yeah, from Turkey to Portugal, everything is on fire. Not great. Not a great vibe. Alright, now to Greece. The dudes carrying sheep on the mopeds, it's I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of amazing. You know, the apocalypse creates some opportunities. Try and get that guy in a moped. These are some pretty horrifying images coming out of Greece. This is a live stream from the AP from earlier today. I think technically Thursday morning. It's not ominous at all. This dude with the camera is going wild. It seems to be a very chaotic situation here on the ground in Greece. People running around with buckets, trying to put things out. People evacuating, emergency vehicles trying to get in. I think there's 2 hours. I didn't watch this whole thing at all. I think this is just one reporter just running through the streets of Greece, just documenting everything. It's kind of wild when you think about it. Sort of a crazy job. Like, this dude is basically just like in the middle of a wildfire. Just going from spot to spot to get the best footage. It's kind of out of control. Maybe not the best footage. Was that a sheep shitting just now? Hilarious. Okay. Well, Greece. People in Greece living in a fiery chaos. Let's go here. Heat waves in France causing animal shelters to see a surge.
It's not just humans that are suffering from sweltering heat. Here at the Fon Alfort Wildlife Shelter near Paris, wild animals are receiving treatment like rehydration. In the first week of July, the centre received almost twice as many animals as usual.
The heat wave arrived early, coinciding with nesting time for many animals, especially birds, for example swifts. These are birds that nest under roofs, and in a heat wave it gets really hot like a furnace. So the chicks approach the edge to breathe, and they fall.
Other birds such as swans and hawks and small animals like hedgehogs have been brought in, with their number spiking every time there's a heat wave.
A lot of animals get hospitalized, especially young ones. There's a lot of swifts. It's a lot of work for the keepers to tend to these babies and feed them.
France has already warmed by 1.8 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and by 2050 is expected to be 2.7 degrees hotter than in 1900.
Well, there we go. Heat causing not just humans problems, but animals as well. Oh boy. We are running really close to the end of the goal. We got 7 minutes left on this puppy. Although I'll full 4 hours as I always do. Full 4. Yeah, which means we technically have 18 minutes to complete the goal. Only one super chat needed right now, people. We are at 9 of 10. Even though the goal is lying to you, it says 1 of 10. That's not true. Only 1 of 10. Only 1 of 10 needed right now. Alright. Actually, this is as good a time as any to take a break. So, I'm going to do just that. Don't worry, though, everybody. We will be right back after these brief space messages. Alright, right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from GNN, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways for you to show your support, of course: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to help in a way that uses every dollar that you donate rather than giving a third of them to Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. 10 cents a day will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, everybody, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Third half is about to begin. And thanks to Mish here and her super sticker of greatness, we have in fact completed the galactic goal. Great job, everyone who contributed, who helped us to get to this place. Confetti. And yes, I know the audio has still problems with the soundboard. The soundboard is doing weird things I've never seen it do before. I have no idea why. I'm going to try and troubleshoot that in the near future. Unfortunately, it's not something I am able to solve right now and also do the stream. Pick one. I gotta pick one. And I'm picking doing the stream. Fact is, the sound seems to be doing fine outside of the soundboard. There's no crackling going on. Honestly, I didn't do anything to the soundboard, so the fact that it's doing weird stuff makes no sense to me. It hasn't moved position for quite some time, and I have not fucked with it at all. Aside for to add the sound shot once in a while. Really not a lot at all has, in fact, nothing has been done to it. Anyway, thank you Mish, thank you everybody who contributed to the goal, ensuring that we get all the sweet galactic content tonight. That's official. Now we can go on into the future knowing we get everything tonight. Alright. We ended the last half, the second half, talking about heat waves in France. But the fact is, we've been talking about it this whole time. The goddamn Mediterranean is on fire and experiencing a serious heat wave. And you know what's on the Mediterranean? Gaza. That's right. Gaza is on the Mediterranean, and it is very hot there, too.
So hot right now.
Here's the AP from 19 hours ago. Heat wave worsens conditions in Gaza as people struggle to find clean water.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
الجو حامي جدا يعني البني ادم اذا كان بيشرب لتر ميه صار بده 87 لتر ميه والميه مش متوفره وهذه مصيبتنا يعني.
Sorry, everyone. Forgot there were subtitles for this. The weather is very hot. If a person used to drink 1 liter of water, they now need 7 to 8 liters of water. And water is unavailable. This is our plight as a displaced people. We drink it and suffer from stomach cramps. We don't know what the source of the water is, but this is what we find. We live in tents, and outside the tent it is hot, inside the tents it's hot. So we are forced to drink this water wherever we go. Horrible. Fucking horrible. Yep. All people in France and other places in the Mediterranean at least have a civil society, a functioning infrastructure, and access to water, and in some cases air conditioning, things like that. People in Gaza have none of the things to deal with the heat wave. Now, if it's not on fire, it's underwater. let's go to Kashmir, the Kashmiri region in India, where after recent rains and flash flooding, at least 56 are believed to have been killed in the last 12 hours or something like that, and there are hundreds still missing. Here is France 24 from 10 hours ago.
At least 37 people have died after heavy flooding in Indian-administered Kashmir. Local authorities say at least 200 others are still missing. Floods were triggered by a cloudburst. Rescue teams are expected to face difficulties reaching the affected areas after roads connecting it to the main city had already suffered damage following days of heavy storms. For more on this story, we can go across to correspondent Navodita Kumari standing by in New Delhi. Navodita, good evening. What's the latest where you are?
Good evening.
By the way, just to be clear, so everybody understands this, because we've been witnessing a lot of floods and landslides like this recently. This is not the same flood that we talked about yesterday. It's a completely different flood in a completely different place.
Navodita, good evening. What's the latest where you are?
Good evening. Yeah, absolutely devastating images are coming in from Chashoti village in Kishtwar district in northern state of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that rescue and search operations are going on with teams from the Army, Air Force and National Disaster Response Forces being at the site. And we know that there has been, as you just mentioned, raining incessantly. And to make things worse, the meteorological department has issued yellow alert in the area in the next 24 hours. So it's going to further complicate and make things very challenging for the rescue teams. Local reports say that many of the injured who have been rescued and injured are in critical condition. And there are reports that there were at least 500 people in the area. It's a densely populated area, and at least 4 villages have been impacted, and many houses and vehicles have also been damaged in this incident. And we know that this comes during a pilgrimage season. There is a Hindu shrine near Chashoti village, and many of the people were headed to that shrine when this calamity hit. So for now, the true scale of the devastation from this cloudburst will only be clear in the coming days. But for now, what is sure is that there is a strong fear that the death toll will further climb.
Navodita, these floods in Kashmir come just 10 days after floods also in the Himalayas, this time in the state of Uttarakhand. We're seeing more and more of these kinds of disasters. Is this all down to climate change?
Well, according to environmentalists who have been studying the Indian Himalayas for decades, they say, of course, the rising temperatures due to global warming and fast melting glaciers have contributed to frequent landslides and floods. But what for them is warning is the large-scale infrastructure projects going on the Himalayan region. Remember, the Himalayas are still young, evolving, and geologically active. There are frequent earthquakes in the Himalayan region. So in this unstable mountainous region, when there are large-scale projects like the railways which involve 50 kilometers of tunneling or 100 kilometers of tunneling, it further destabilizes the region. And also if there are wide roads like we saw in Uttarakhand, so for environmentalists, these are worrying signs. They say there can be infrastructure development, but it should be done in a scientific way. There should be a scientific way of tunneling. And
yeah, and there should be considerations for how we build cities at this. How we are building this infrastructure. And, you know, these considerations are incredibly important for the future. And what's so frustrating for me right now is that while we have all of these calamities happening in front of us, actively, day in, day out, we are watching everything's on fire underwater. It's been true for weeks now. And weeks and weeks and weeks. We've been seeing floods and fires ever since spring started, basically. It's just been getting worse and worse. And, you know, we continue to just go down the wrong direction. We just continue to fight amongst ourselves when we need to, and more than ever, band together, humanity as one. It's very, very stupid. Okay, let's go here. Hong Kong hit by Typhoon Podol in the last day. This next one is from Reuters. Quick clip out of them from 18 hours ago. Tropical storm Podol raises Hong Kong's highest rainstorm warning. What just happened? Black screen. There we go.
Last week and last month, it's been raining constantly and raining really heavily. Even in Guangzhou, it's been raining unbelievably hard. Many places in mainland China have experienced flooding, which hasn't been good for anyone. My trip to Hong Kong this time has been completely disrupted.
Schools were canceled, as well as a high-profile hearing for pro-democracy advocate Jimmy Lai. There you go, everything shut down, thanks to the highest possible alert warning for floods in Hong Kong after Typhoon Podol made landfall. This is the Reuters live stream from yesterday, 23 hours ago. I think it's just this one camera from above. Yes, okay, it's raining. Thank you, Reuters. It's raining a lot. You can tell. Okay. Cool Beans, thank you. Thank you for that. Very informative video. Okay. All right, well, we got through all the environmental news for the day. Let's do some space news now. Here is the Associated Press. 22 hours ago, SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launches even more Starlink satellites. Boo. Aren't cities already built? Okay, yes. To some degree, cities are already built, but we are constantly building new things, and we should be thinking about where we put those things. I hear what you're saying.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
You can't see anything. What am I looking at?
Go for launch.
What the hell kind of live stream is this?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
This is the worst footage I've ever seen.
Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
Oh my god. Reuters, this is terrible.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Well, there we go. More satellites from Elon Musk being put out in low Earth orbit, ruining my view once again. Continued oligarchic takeover of space. Terrible. Thank you for the gift membership. I believe the gift memberships were from Omegastar. I believe they were the ones to have bestowed upon us these gift memberships. Okay. Let's go here. Start this off. Earth half time. Are you ready, chat? France 24 English from 14 hours ago. United States places a $5 million bounty for the top Haitian gang leader, Jimmy Barbecue.
This is ridiculous!
Haiti's top gang leader in the sights of the U.S. Justice Department. A federal grand jury has indicted Jimmy Cherizier, better known as Barbecue, for what officials call a wide-ranging conspiracy, with Washington putting a $5 million bounty on his head.
Anyone who was giving money to Cherizier, also known as Barbecue because of his violent acts in his home country, cannot say, I didn't know that he was sanctioned by the U.S. government.
An elite Haitian police officer until his firing in 2018, Cherizier is alleged to have organized large-scale massacres in several Haitian slums. In 2020, he united 9 of Port-au-Prince's street gangs in an alliance that would later grow to control some 90% of the Haitian capital. Rights groups say its members are responsible for massacres, rapes, kidnapping, extortion and arson. Last year, France 24 reporters gained rare access to Cherizier in his stronghold. He told our team there would be no peace in Haiti without giving the gangs a share of power.
The government won't be able to do anything consequential if there's no agreement with the armed groups.
Also indicted is Cherizier's associate, Basil Richardson, aka Fredo Pam, who lives in the U.S. state of North Carolina. Both are accused of soliciting money transfers from the Haitian diaspora to help pay for the weapons and salaries of gang members. Cherizier responded to the accusations with a post on social media.
Basil Richardson, aka Fredo, is innocent. He has never sent any money to me to finance anything in Haiti.
Critics say it's unclear what the latest indictment and bounty are likely to accomplish, noting that Barbecue and other gang leaders continue to operate openly.
Honestly, ever since the UN decided to get involved, the United States and France and Canada all decided to get policemen from Kenya to come and supposedly restore order. The gangs have only gotten more and more organized. And honestly, from the beginning of all this, it should have just been let's facilitate democracy, right? You know, when the former prime minister left, you know, it should have been let's actually give Haiti democracy rather to facilitate another puppet president in Haiti, and you know, it just like, I'm not saying the Haitian gangs aren't committing atrocities. There's a lot of accounts that there are bad things being done by them, but this is also in the midst of them literally not having democracy and living under a literal puppet government. They don't get to vote. They haven't been allowed to vote for the last 20 years thanks to the United States and its allies, the people who have interests here, which are mainly the United States, Canada, and France. Rather than sending in a foreign police force to quote-unquote restore order in a place that you have facilitated the removal of democracy, like, that was from the very beginning, that was the wrong plan, in my opinion. I've been saying that since the very beginning. Honestly, I feel bad that we haven't been covering enough of this, but there's not that much coverage of it, and most of it is just this sort of slop coming out of, you know, mainstream media outlets that basically are like, oh, the gangs are bad. End of story. Thank you. But it's more nuanced than that. I'm not saying the gangs aren't bad. They haven't done bad things at this point. But we're allowing for and creating the conditions on the ground for all of that to go down. All right. Let's go to another place where people are lacking in freedom, the United Kingdom.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We need to fight for a right to protest and for a basic human rights. This government is becoming authoritarian.
We're here in Parliament Square today, ordinarily a pretty park for tourists, but often also the battleground between people and the state. And today we expect to see hundreds of people protest a prescription order that they regard as state overreach at a time of genocide in Gaza. We may also see hundreds of arrests as the police have promised that they will uphold the law to its full extent. If that happens, that will be a sight that no one has seen in recent British history. Let's go in. So people have begun to write their messages on their signs which breach the terror law. If you illegal. Police are coming through now. Literally hundreds of signs being held up now by the protesters, all of them, mad as it sounds, breaking terror law. They stretch all the way to the back of the square, they stretch from the west all the way to the east. So we've got a pile of discarded signs here where people have written, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. These are perfectly legal signs to lie on the ground, but were I to pick one up now, suddenly I would be committing a crime. I would be chargeable under the Terrorism Act for supporting Palestine action simply by lifting up a piece of paper with some words written on it. Come on!
I'm a retired GP. I come from Birmingham.
I am an architect. I'm retired, similarly.
I suppose what, as a medic, I can see is how appallingly difficult it is for those people who are medically qualified and trained to be able to do anything in those circumstances to help those people who are suffering, because they have nothing. They have no food and no supplies themselves.
Equally, I entirely oppose the genocide, which is totally against international law. We have had generations in our country,
Illegal.
or the past two, trying to maintain, sustain and establish international law to assure the benefit and the well-being of all of society, and yet we have a government now that is complicit, fully complicit in the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and we have to see this stop.
I'm a retired army officer, aged 75, and I've come from North Wales to join in these activities. My own father and his family had to flee from Austria in 1938 after Germany took over and had to leave everything behind. And we are appalled that once again genocide is taking place, and that we, of all people, can see the terrible memories this can raise with us, and we feel it is necessary to take a stand, and that is why I'm here today.
No work comes, so I don't get any calls anymore for work. You know, the only things we do are our own gigs and put our own music out, and so that's the only way we can maintain our position as artists in any solidarity whatsoever with anything we feel it's important, that we always have. So I find it baffling when artists don't use that voice and that platform, especially when civilians are exercising their right in the most vivid ways you can see possible in front of the power, in front of Westminster, for fuck's sakes. What's going on?
You got a message for Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper, who's behind this prescription?
I think this is going to go down as one of the most shameful moments in our legal history.
Let's move in a bit.
Absolutely, and the fact that the UK is doing this and making support for a peace organization an act of terrorism is disgusting. It's pathetic.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What is he being arrested for?
Section 13 of the Terrorism Act.
And what's the penalty for that?
I'm not sure about the punishment.
And do you think this is a good use of police time? Do you think this is an act of terrorism?
I'm not going to comment.
Why are you being arrested?
Shame on you!
I don't know. Why am I being arrested?
Shame on you!
All right, they're really kicking off now.
Is that a terrorist?
Come on, man!
Why are you being arrested?
Shame on you!
So, honestly, one of the most shocking things I think I've ever seen, which is a blind man in a wheelchair being dragged off by the police to the vans for holding a sign in Britain in 2025. Right behind you, someone is about to be carried away by the police. They're getting closer to you. How do you feel?
It's not nice being arrested, but what's so much scarier is what happens if we don't oppose this. And to me, being inactive, being passive at a time of genocide and while our rights are being stripped away is far scarier than this.
Do you have a message for Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper?
That it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful what they are doing. Keir Starmer, coming from a human rights lawyer background who has defended people who've done similar things, and now trying to prescribe activists who are trying to prevent genocide as terrorists is spineless, and people aren't going to tolerate it, and people are done.
Anything to say?
This ban needs to be lifted. Our government needs to stop this genocide, and we fucking need to fight for a right to protest and for basic human rights. This government is becoming authoritarian.
We'll kill children and destroy the Ten Commandments.
The police seem to have started nipping in and out in groups and grabbing people and taking them off very, very quickly, making it hard to get comment from people as they get taken away. but we're going to keep trying.
We get sort of empty words from Keir Starmer, and then at the same time, calling people that take action against the genocide terrorists. That's what Palestine Action did.
Illegal.
You know, for years and years, they went into those factories and they took the missiles out of action. And the government couldn't have them doing that, and that's why they were prescribed.
Well, there we go. People being repressed in the UK from free speech and from actively opposing genocide, I guess. It's a terrible vibe. Does seem like there's something of an authoritarian slide. Not just the United States is going through it, but many countries in this world seem to be cracking down on citizens' ability to their minds.
One of their political weapons is cancel culture, driving people from their jobs, shaming dissenters, and demanding total submission from anyone who disagrees. This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
The very definition of totalitarianism. All right, let's go from the UK down to the DRC. France 24 English from 18 hours ago. Actually, I'm just remembering, this video isn't just the DRC. They get into a bunch of stuff. But I think we'll probably just stick with the DRC stuff for now. Let's talk about mineral mining in the DRC.
Hello, welcome to Eye on Africa here on France 24. I'm Yuko Tade. The headlines. Washington slaps sanctions on an armed group and a mining firm in the Democratic Republic of Congo, accusing them of profiting from illegal mining. It comes as the US spearheads peace efforts in the East while eyeing access to critical minerals there. 5 years on since a law aimed at improving transportation for agricultural workers in Tunisia came into effect, female farmers say little has changed. The workers say employers continue to cram them into unsafe trucks, making traveling a deadly affair. The Grand Magal wraps up in Senegal. Millions of Muslim pilgrims had poured into the city of Touba for what is one of the largest religious gatherings in West Africa. Thanks for joining us. Let's start in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the US government is cracking down on illicit mineral trading. Washington has slapped sanctions on an armed group, accusing it of profiting from illegal mining, extorting miners and smuggling minerals. Several mining firms are also facing penalties. The move comes as the US ramps up peace efforts in the East while eyeing access to critical minerals vital for its tech and energy industries. Emmett Livingstone has more now from Kinshasa.
The US Treasury has sanctioned several entities linked to the illegal trade of minerals in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Minerals have long sustained conflict in the troubled region and are mostly smuggled from Congo through its neighbours Rwanda and Uganda. Late on Tuesday, Washington said it was sanctioning the Congolese armed group Pareco FF, which controlled Eastern Congo's important Rubaya mining complex until last year. Rubaya produces 15% of the world's coltan, a mineral ore which is processed into tantalum, a key component in electronics. Alongside the Pareco FF, the US also sanctioned the Congolese company that bought the conflict minerals, as well as 2 Hong Kong-based firms involved in the trade. These measures block the assets of the sanctioned entities in the US and also forbid American businesses from transacting with them. These sanctions have come as a surprise, not least because it's now the M23 rebels who control the Rubaya mines, and Washington hasn't sanctioned the M23. It's not clear exactly why, but Washington is heavily invested in solving the crisis in eastern Congo, and it's supporting peace talks between Congo and the rebel group.
Now, that is an incredibly strange detail, that they're not sanctioning the M23, even though the M23 are the ones who are in control of the mine. where the illegal activity is occurring. Seems like a strange way to go about this. But I can almost guarantee you that one of the major reasons why this is happening is because of rare earth metals, right? And they're hoping to turn Congo into China.
China!
As it relates to these important industrial components. And, you know, if they get DRC pumping out rare earth minerals at the same level China is capable of doing it, as well as the refining of that, it would be hugely meaningful in terms of the trade war which is being waged right now. Because then the United States would be less reliant on China for these rare earth minerals. No, it's not a guarantee that that's the reason, but I think that's how I see it.
As well as between Congo and Rwanda, the state that backs the M23. The Trump administration has also been clear that it's interested in the region's minerals. In a statement, a U.S. Treasury Undersecretary John K. Hurley said the United States would not hesitate to take action against groups that deny the U.S. access to the critical minerals vital for its national defense.
We're staying with the US because South Africa is hitting back at a report from the State Department claiming human rights in the country significantly worsened last year. Pretoria has dismissed the assessment as inaccurate and deeply flawed. The report cites claims of the unfair treatment of white Afrikaners following.
Oh, God, not the poor white South Afrikaners. Oh, God. Okay, alright, we're gonna stay in the DRC. Let's go here. Now, Donald Trump has claimed in recent weeks that he solved the crisis in the DRC. But with stories like the last one and the next one we're about to watch, I'm starting to wonder whether anything was accomplished.
In a small refrigerator at the Kivu Diabetes Center in Bukavu, Eastern Congo, Dr. Albert Kalezo carefully guards his dwindling supply of insulin, each vial a lifeline for diabetic patients. He says the shortage is a direct consequence of the renewed violence in Eastern Congo.
Since the current crisis, access to insulin has been difficult. Even before, insulin access was expensive. For these children, I prescribe treatment, but they are not able to obtain it.
The M23 rebel group, allegedly backed by Rwanda, has intensified its operations in Congo since January, seizing control of key cities, displacing thousands and disrupting vital supply chains. The closure of Goma Airport, a crucial hub for medicine shipments, has left healthcare providers scrambling. Kalezo now travels to neighbouring Rwanda to procure supplies, though these efforts often fall short. The crisis extends beyond the diabetes centre. Local pharmacies report severe shortages and skyrocketing prices. This pharmacist, who requested anonymity out of fear of retaliation from the M23, said prices across the drug market were, quote, exorbitant. Even when alternative brands were found, customers wouldn't buy it, she said. The insulin...
Wow. So the conflict is still ongoing. I was told we had a full ceasefire from Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. But instead, the conflict is continuing to rage. Goma region still being negatively affected. Region which was taken by the M23 rebels earlier this year. People struggling to get access to medicines. All right, let's go to Israel. Let's go to talking Israel and Gaza. In recent days, over 100 groups have come together to condemn Israel's weaponization of aid to Gaza. Here is Al Jazeera on this. This is from 21 hours ago.
More than 100 organizations are calling for the end to Israel's weaponization of aid in the Gaza Strip. They represent aid groups from all over the world and include major organizations like Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam and Save the Children International. Most international NGOs say they've been unable to deliver a single truck of life-saving supplies since the beginning of March. Well, they're calling on the international community to press Israel to end the weaponization of aid, including through bureaucratic obstruction. The groups also demand the immediate and unconditional opening of all land crossings and the delivery of life-saving humanitarian aid. One aid group says $7 million of food is being blocked in Ashdod, just kilometers away from the border. Let's bring in Natasha Davies. She's the Nursing Activity Manager for Doctors Without Borders and joins us live from Khan Yunis in Gaza. Natasha, so we've seen this joint statement from over 100 aid groups, including yours, Doctors Without Borders, who are calling for an end to Israel's weaponization of aid. How important is this statement, Natasha, and is it likely, do you think, to make any difference right now on the ground to the horrific humanitarian situation we're seeing unfold?
I mean, sure, in the short term, it's not going to make an immediate effect, but long term it will, because otherwise the aid that's already sitting, as numerous NGOs have stated, that's sitting all the way around the borders is just still unable to come in. We can't achieve our outcomes. We can't treat patients properly and adequately. It's a constant guessing game of when will something be allowed in, when will something be allowed to move? Can we, follow our usual programs within all of our facilities? It's impossible to plan anything. As usual, it's the Palestinians that suffer throughout this.
Yeah, and what about Doctors Without Borders then? Tell us briefly about the challenges you're facing on the ground in terms of Israel preventing you from getting desperately needed medical supplies and aid into Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, this week we've had a couple of trucks in, but really it's just a drop in the ocean. I mean, we run primarily a trauma surgical hospital, so every single patient has a wound of some sort that needs fixing with supplies that we are intermittent.
All right, let's go here. This is a list of all of the goddamn organizations that have condemned Israel's weaponization of aid. American Friends Service Committee, or AFSC, the A.M. Katan Foundation, A New Policy, the ACT Alliance, Action Against Hunger, Action for Humanity, Action Aid International, American Baptist Churches Palestine Justice Network, Amnesty International, Assemblea de Cooperación por la Paz, Asociación Cooperación y Solidaridad. I'm saying that probably badly. Bystanders No More, Campaign, CARE, Caritas Germany, Caritas Internationalis, Caritas Jerusalem, the Catholic Agency for Overseas Development, Center for Body Medicine, the Sesvi Fondazione, Children Not Numbers, Christian Aid 23, Churches for Middle East Peace, SIDSI, International Family of Catholic Social Justice Organizations, Cooperazione Internazionale Sud-Sud, Council for Arab-British Understanding, Dan Church Aid, Danish Refugee Council, Doctors Against Genocide.
Illegal.
Euromed Rights, Forum Ziviler Friedenstein, Gender Action for Peace and Security, Global Legal Action Network, Global Witness, Health Workers for Palestine, Help Age International, Humanity and Inclusion, Humanity First UK, Indiana Center for Middle East Peace, Insecurity Insight 40. It just goes on. I mean, look at it. It's just, as so many people are like, this is bad.
Receiving, it's just a humanitarian catastrophe. There's these GHF sites, which are just, as we've all heard, just slaughter masquerading as aid, which create mass casualty incidents, which create more injuries for us to treat with limited resources. It's just a vicious cycle, along with the aid drops, which are not only ineffective but dangerous. They just create chaos. They then cause more injury. It's just, it's just a never-ending cycle of trauma and injuries for the Palestinian people, which could easily be changed.
This is ridiculous!
Yep, they could be easily changed. Could have been changed 2 years ago now, or even before then. But the fact is, in the context of post-October 7th, this is, a completely preventable human-made disaster funded by the United States and other European countries. And, yeah. Yep, and it hasn't stopped. It's just gotten worse. Day in, week in, month in, year in, every... every second that goes by, it just gets a little bit worse. Even though Israel's claiming it's allowing aid into Gaza, humanitarian agencies like the ones we just went through listing are saying that they are not allowing aid into Gaza.
Illegal.
Now, more than 100 foreign humanitarian agencies have accused Israel of continuing to block aid access to Gaza. Life-saving supplies are being prevented from entering the territory. That's despite an Israeli pledge to ease its blockade, which is causing starvation. Many of the aid organisations, including Save the Children and Oxfam, say that Israel hasn't allowed a single one of their trucks into Gaza since March, leaving tons of aid going to waste. Gaza's health ministry says 235 people, including 106 children, have died due to malnutrition. Israel has rejected the accusations, instead blaming Hamas for exploiting the aid. That's despite an internal US government report finding no evidence of that. Israel's also continuing to hit Gaza with air raids as its military says it's approved a new offensive to take control of Gaza City. On Wednesday, Gaza's largest city was targeted by a wave of air attacks, with health officials saying that at least 123 people were killed in the past day, including 21 seeking aid. Well, earlier we've heard from our correspondent John Donison, who is in Jerusalem.
Well, this is aid agencies, 100 of them, accusing the Israeli government of weaponizing the issue of aid as starvation, as they say, continues in Gaza. Now, what happened was earlier this year, Israel introduced new rules that meant that any Palestinian in Gaza who was involved in distributing aid, working for these aid organizations, had to be vetted, Israel said, for security reasons. And it demanded that these aid agencies submit all the details of the Palestinians who were doing that. And Israel says that many of those organizations haven't done it. It's around 80% of those aid agencies have not had a single truck in since March, and they say that millions of dollars worth of aid are basically sitting just outside Gaza, going to waste.
And in the backdrop of this, the IDF is edging closer to this planned takeover, they call it, of Gaza City, that will displace around 1 million people. What is the latest on the ground?
Illegal.
Well, they've definitely stepped up military operations, airstrikes around Gaza City and also in the central area of Gaza, which they also plan to occupy. Those strikes, I was looking at some videos yesterday, hitting built-up civilian neighbourhoods, huge explosions from some of those airstrikes, and people are dying every day. One day this week, I think it was a couple of days ago, more.
I feel like BBC is starting to run out of room on Israeli propaganda. Even the BBC is like, yeah, I think there might be war crimes going on. I know we've been incredibly skeptical about that for 21 months. But they might be doing them. All right, now let's go to one woman who cares about all children, regardless of where they come from. Miss Rachel. That's right, Ms. Rachel went on to Democracy Now! To talk to Amy Goodman and the crew about her incredible work.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, if you've spent any time around young children in recent years, our first guest may need no introduction. The Washington Post has called her the Mr. Rogers of our era. Her YouTube channel has about, 16 million subscribers and more than 10 billion views. In January, Netflix began licensing episodes. Her show is now the 7th most watched on Netflix in the first half of 2025. We're talking about Ms. Rachel, the children's entertainer, educator, and mother who's become a worldwide sensation over the past 6 years since she began posting videos for toddlers on YouTube. Much like Mr. Rogers before her, Ms. Rachel has not shied away from speaking out about injustice, most notably about Gaza and the plight of Palestinian children. She recently wrote on Instagram, "I want my taxes to help children, not kill them. I want my taxes to feed children, not starve them. I want to build a better world, not bomb it," unquote. In another Instagram post, Ms. Rachel said she would refuse to work with anyone who's not spoken out against the treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. She's also featured Palestinian children on her show. So now we're going to go back to that video we just played of Ms. Rachel singing with Rahaf, a 3-year-old girl from Gaza who lost her legs in an Israeli airstrike.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired. See the bunny sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Let's pretend to sleep. Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, 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 little bunny, skip, 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 and stop. Let's hop again. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, 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 and stop. Yay! That was so much fun. Thank you.
That video of Ms. Rachel and Rahaf has been liked over 1 million times on Instagram. Well, today, Ms. Rachel, that's Rachel Griffin-Accorso, joins us in our studio. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's an honor to have you here. Can you talk about who Rahaf is, this little girl, how you met her, and why the children of Palestine are so important to you?
Thank you so much for having me, Amy. It's an honor to speak with you. Rahaf is an adorable, bright, loving 3-year-old girl. She came here through the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, PCRF, and she was evacuated with her mom, Isra, and they're getting therapies and treatment at the hospital and living with a host family. And she's absolutely delightful. She's similar to 3-year-olds I've worked with because she loves to pretend, and she's just adorable and just taking in the world and so sweet and innocent. And then she's unlike 3-year-olds I've worked with across communities because she has lost her legs. She's away from her dad and her brothers right now.
There in Gaza.
Yeah. And so, yeah, just seeing her, and also she's having more of her human rights respected right now. So she's getting medical care and she's getting food and she's absolutely thriving. This girl is going to she has changed the world, and she's going to go so far. She just has that chance now because she has her human rights respected. And I saw videos of her in Gaza on the hospital floor. I saw videos of her looking extremely depressed. And one of the things her mom told me is thank you for helping her with her mental health, because in Gaza, she just looked so distraught, and she's 3 years old, and 3-year-olds are so delightful and happy, and she just, yeah, it was just really, really hard seeing her in Gaza, how she looked and the amputations, and she's been through so much, and she's 3.
Oh God, this is rough.
You rarely make overt political statements, but
Jesus Christ, she is a saint. It's Rachel. Yeah, and I honestly haven't watched the whole interview yet. I just figured I'd watch part of it with all of you because I was like, we got to watch a lot of this. It's like because it's like the only uplifting thing I can think about when it comes to Gaza. It's Ms. Rachel.
Instead, stress helping children regardless of where they live and who they are. What made you decide to speak out more forcefully on the Palestinian children? And what's been the reaction that you've gotten from your millions of followers?
Well, as an early childhood educator, I know what children need to thrive. They need food, and food is being blocked from them. They need water, and water is being blocked. They need to be in school, and they've been out of school for 2 years because most of their schools have been bombed. They need medical care, and most of their hospitals have been bombed. So I see precious children, and I see them just like I see my children. And I see all children as precious and equal. My deep care for children doesn't stop at any border. And I saw these human rights violations, and I had to speak up because it's who I am. That's who I am as Miss Rachel. I love all kids.
And you've also spoken out on social media about Ariel and Kfir Bibas, Jewish children whom Hamas took hostage. And after the Bibas' deaths were announced, you wrote in a post in February, quote, "My heart is with the Bibas family, the Jewish community, and people all over the world who are grieving. We need to protect children always." But despite your speaking out that way, you've been labeled an anti-Semite by some organizations, pro-Israeli organizations. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so that's really painful because obviously it's not true, and I care so much about Jewish children and all children, and it is difficult to receive criticism, but I know who I am, and that pain will never compare to the pain of not speaking out during a genocide and what would happen if I didn't try to help. And obviously that pain is nothing compared to a mom in Gaza who I sat with a mom from Gaza. She is a teacher like me, and I sat with her while her child doesn't have legs. I sat with her while she FaceTimed her children who she can't eat anymore on FaceTime with them because they're so hungry. And I pictured my little boy there with my husband, and I pictured myself with my little girl having lost her legs and have that happen. And I will do anything for her. And I thought, what would I want her to do for me if we were switched? Because I was just born here and she was born there. We're not different. I saw her look at the pride on her son's face when she saw her beautiful sons in Gaza. And she had the same pride that I have when I look at my wonderful Thomas. And she is so broken about what's happened to Rahaf, but so supportive and sweet, and all she thinks about every day is getting back to her boys. And I think as a mom, the most excruciating thing in the world would be being separated from your children. And I think about Israeli moms who have children still held hostage. And I think about mothers all the time, everywhere, whose children don't have what they need. Because if I couldn't provide milk for my daughter, and it was miles away, and my baby, I have a 6-month-old, and she cries for milk, you know, and every time I feed her, I think, why is milk miles away and not getting to them? And my son said, Mommy, could the kids of Gaza, could they take a car to get the milk to the babies? And our kids are watching us. They're taking in what us grown-ups are doing, and we're not protecting children.
So Rahaf's mom is with her here. Why weren't her father and brothers able to come?
I believe Tarek can speak better to this, but I don't think that men are often approved to come. I'm not sure. They weren't approved.
And we are going to ask him in a moment. The Palestine Children's Relief Foundation, Tarek Khalid, is the director of the Treatment Abroad program for Palestine Children's Relief Fund, and he is joining us as well. Tarek, can you address that issue? Why isn't Rahaf's family all together here?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Amy and Juan. Hello, Rachel. It's good seeing you.
Great to see you.
So obviously, it is a really difficult situation, and Rachel was actually 100% correct on the reasoning as to why we were not able to bring her other children and the father. The medically evacuating children needs the approval of the Israelis to be able to take them out. And actually, both Rahaf, her mother, and her siblings and father were all rejected the first time that we tried to evacuate them. And it didn't take until 3 other months of advocacy and petitioning to get the approval to at least Rahaf and her mother to then finally receive that approval from the Israeli military to be able to take them out and evacuate them with all the other children that we brought here to the United States. And it's really unfortunate because I don't think in any other war, conflict, genocide, would you ever see the side that is causing the harm on these children have to provide the approval for them to be medically evacuated? You know, I think about it in the context of Ukraine.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty ridiculous, if you ask me.
This is ridiculous!
It's tough trying to interrupt this. This is, God. Sasha G gifting a sweet, sweet galactic membership to Germ. Enjoy it, Germ. And thank you, Sasha. Very generous of you. I think we're getting closer. We're getting closer and closer to 19 emotes. We just need to be adding more members than we're losing members, because sometimes people, they get gifted memberships, they don't pay for a new one after it gets over, and I think we're getting close.
Russia, you would never need the Russian approval to take a Ukrainian child out to receive medical treatment. However, it's unique in this particular case where we do need the Israeli military's approval to take out an injured child that was injured by the Israeli military.
And Tarek, your organization has evacuated over 250 children out of Gaza, but the estimates are that there were 40,500 children have been injured since October 2024, and that includes 940 children who have had limbs amputated. What kind of medical care is necessary for amputees, especially for children amputees?
Yeah. So we are the largest Palestinian-led organization to medically evacuate children. And that is only 250 children. I mean, that is a drop in the bucket. And if we had the say on how we wanted to treat these children, it would not be evacuating them all the way to the United States to receive a prosthetic device. What we would do is part of our other programs, like our medical missions or our infrastructural program, where we build hospitals inside of Gaza, like the only pediatric oncology center currently in Gaza that was bombed twice. We would build infrastructure inside of Gaza to treat the children inside of Gaza. However, due to these restrictions and due to the crumbling healthcare infrastructure, due to the constant dangers of our buildings being destroyed, we have to evacuate children out. And again, it's only 250 children, and you're talking about the largest organization. That should just show how many months of hard work it takes just to evacuate one child like Rahaf. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the largest population of child amputees in modern history. I mean, just saying that statement alone is insane, let alone trying to imagine just all the conflicts and the wars that have happened during our lifetime and before. And this is right now the largest population of childhood amputees, and we can't even bring in prosthetics to Gaza because they won't even allow that.
Oh. I want to go back to the issue of hunger. Ms. Rachel posted on Instagram, she addresses the crisis of child starvation in Gaza, mom to mom. Ms. Rachel, you say, as you respond to a video of a mother in Gaza, she is holding her emaciated daughter, and you're holding your daughter, Susie. Let's go to the clip.
I wanted to talk mom to mom. I saw the video of you and your beautiful daughter, Aya.
Look at her. You can see her bones. Look at her legs.
This is what a baby about that age should look like.
There's no baby formula available anywhere in the country. What am I supposed to do? Is it just because she's from Gaza? Do our children have to go through this?
Ugh, this is rough. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are we lagging now? This is random. We were doing perfectly fine a second ago.
Just because they're from here?
And yes, it's because she's from Gaza. It's because she's born in Gaza that she's being starved. She's being punished because of where she was born. I'm so sorry that my baby has formula and yours doesn't. I'm going to do everything I can to try to help.
Our children are like any other children, like the children of the world. Look at my daughter. Her life is at risk.
Your beautiful daughter, Aya, is just like any other baby in the world. I want you to know that I see you in Aya, and I am so sorry. And the whole world needs to just stand up and say, this is wrong. I see you. I love you.
So that's the Instagram post that you, Ms. Rachel, put up. Can you talk about the response to it?
I think it's shocking for people to see.
Okay, hold on. This lag is fucking us up. Okay. Hopefully, we can go back to this and not have it be lagging. Fingers crossed, everybody.
As you respond to a video of a mother in Gaza, she is holding her emaciated daughter, and you're holding your daughter, Susie. Let's go to the clip.
I wanted to talk mom to mom. I saw the video of you and your beautiful.
Holding her emaciated daughter, and you're holding your daughter, Susie. Let's go to the clip.
I wanted to talk mom to mom. I saw the video of you and your beautiful daughter, Aya.
Look at her. You can see her bones. Look at her legs.
This is what a baby about that age should look like.
There's no baby formula available anywhere in the country. What am I supposed to do? Is it just because she's from Gaza? Do our children have to go through this just because they're from here?
And yes, it's because she's from Gaza. It's because she's born in Gaza that she's being starved. She's being punished because of where she was born. I'm so sorry that my baby has formula and yours doesn't. I'm going to do everything I can to try to help.
Our children are like any other children, like the children of the world. Look at my daughter. Her life is at risk.
Your beautiful daughter, Aya, is just like any other baby in the world. I want you to know that I see you in Aya, and I am so sorry. And the whole world needs to just stand up and say, this is wrong. I see you. I love you.
So that's the Instagram post that you, Ms. Rachel, put up. Can you talk about the response to it?
I think it's shocking for people to see what a baby that age should look like. I mean, we all love the little chunky rolls on baby's thighs, and I think I have a huge audience of parents. That's what my platform is, and I think the majority of people around the world, they want babies to be fed, and they were heartbroken seeing Aya, and they wanted to send formula themselves. Mom said, is there any way I could send my own breast milk to Aya, and asked me for information, and that they wanted to send their own breast milk there. It's just beautiful.
Oh. I wanted to go to another little girl who was
God damn it. It's right back to lagging, isn't it? This is terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Jesus Christ. I think that this must still have something to do with the soundboard. I don't know what else to think. Nothing else has changed. I honestly haven't changed anything. I have no idea why this is happening all of a sudden. I don't know what to do, chat. I don't know what to do. I don't want to end the stream. The fact is, we completed the goal today. We completed the goal today. Not finishing the stream would be just so fucking terrible. Hold on, I guess I'm gonna have to do this. This is what I'll do. No, so I'm just gonna have to turn the soundboard off. I think that's the only way to solve this. Alright. Let's give this a shot.
around the world posthumously, and that's Hind Rajab. Now, Hind Rajab came up today in the news because the Hind Rajab Foundation, along with another group, has filed a complaint with the International Criminal Court against 6 senior Israeli commanders over the killing of the Al Jazeera reporter Anas al-Sharif and 4 of his colleagues at Al Jazeera, as well as a freelance journalist who was killed along with them in that well-marked press tent against Al-Shifa Hospital. The foundation is named for Hind Rajab, that 5-year-old Palestinian little girl who was killed in 2024 along with 5 of her family members and 2 rescue workers who were attempting to reach them during an attack on Gaza City. On January 29th last year, Hind Rajab climbed into a car with her aunt, her uncle, and cousins in Gaza City as they prepared to flee to the southern part of Gaza. But as they were in the car, an Israeli tank approached them and opened fire. Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leanne, called the Red Crescent for help.
Hello?
Hello, dear.
They are shooting at us.
Hello?
They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me.
Are you hiding?
Yes, in the car. We're next to the tank.
Are you inside the car?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
So that was 15-year-old Leanne, who was killed along with the rest of her family. The only one who remained alive in the car was little Hind. Wounded, she called the Red Crescent back, pleading with the dispatcher to be rescued.
Come take me. You will come and take me?
Do you want me to come and take you?
I'm so scared. Please come. Please call someone to come and take me.
Okay, dear. I will come and take you.
After seeking approval from the Israeli military, 2 emergency workers with the Palestine Red Crescent, Yusuf Zaino and Ahmad Almadoun, went to try and rescue Hind. But dispatchers lost contact with the medics. Nearly 2 weeks later, Israeli forces finally withdrew from the area, and Hind's surviving family ventured back to the neighborhood. They found the little girl dead inside the car, alongside the bodies of 5 of her family members, the car riddled with bullet holes. The bodies of the 2 emergency workers were also found in an ambulance nearby and appear to have been killed by Israeli fire just yards from the car. After this, the Hind Rajab Foundation was formed. Her name became known around the world. You had a takeover protest at Columbia, and they renamed the building Hind Hall. Talk about hearing that story, Ms. Rachel. Talk about what it meant to you, of this little conflicting reports of whether she was 5 or 6 years old.
When I heard the phone call of her begging for help, I mean, there's nothing to describe how I felt. And I posted about Hind, and then I actually heard from her mom. And Hind, she calls her angel baby. Hind loved to play doctor and take care of everyone. And Hind loves school, and she has a brother, and they're a family just like anyone's family. And I'm just so devastated at that profound loss and how it happened. And I'm so glad that you're telling her story. But it was just hearing her on the phone. There's nothing like that.
And Miss Rachel, you've been compared by many to Mr. Rogers in terms of your influence on children around the world. You grew up watching his show. Talk about what he means to you and his political advocacy and his courage.
Yeah, I grew up loving Mr. Rogers, and I used to go up to the TV and try and block the trolley from leaving because I didn't want the show to end. He just meant so much to me as a kid. And then I continued to read his books and watch his documentaries, and there's in one part in the documentary, he swims back and forth and prays for people. And yeah, he had such deep care for children, and he took media so seriously that it should really serve children, and that it's a big responsibility. So I think about that responsibility all the time. And then people say, you know, he wasn't political, and he was political, and he, as you're showing now, he shared the pool with Officer Clemens during that time.
Actually, let's play that clip. This was 1969. Mr. Rogers used his massive platform, as Ms. Rachel does today. He used it to advocate for desegregation at a time when many white Americans were fiercely against integration of schools, swimming pools, and public spaces. In this episode, Mr. Rogers invited an actor portraying an African-American policeman, Officer Clemens, to share his wading pool and towel.
Oh, there's Officer Clemens. Hi, Officer Clemens. Come in.
Mr. Rogers, how are you?
Fine. Won't you sit down?
Oh, sure. Just for a moment.
It's so warm. I was just putting some water on my feet.
Oh, it sure is.
Would you like to join me?
It looks awfully enjoyable, but I don't have a towel or anything.
Oh, you share mine.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh,
Come along.
man.
I'll put some more water in here.
Oh. This is going to turn into a beautiful day.
You like bare feet?
Well, yeah, as I grew older, I liked it more and more.
Uh-huh. Good for you. You're pulling up your pants. I forgot to do that at first.
Oh, I don't want them to get wet.
Right.
Well, that was so enjoyable. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer.
Well, I know how busy you are. But sometimes just a minute like this will really make a difference.
Who would have thought that this was so revolutionary? And for people who are listening on the radio or just audio, there is Mr. Rogers, there is Officer Clemens, black and white feet in the wading pool, and then Mr. Rogers shares that towel for Officer Clemens to dry his feet. An incredible moment in television history. Who would have thought that would be so controversial?
Yes, and I've seen that they were throwing chemicals into the pools where black people were swimming. And I've also seen that a family was interviewed after seeing that, and that was the end of the conversation of whether pools should be segregated, because they said, if Mr. Rogers wants to share his pool, you know, we can share our pools. So I think that's really beautiful. And I will share, when Rahaf came to visit, that I tried to rent a space to be with Rahaf, a private space, and some people didn't want Rahaf and her family to come to the space, and we were denied. And so it made me think about just how horrible that is to say, because of who you are and where you come from, you're not welcome. And I have so many Palestinian friends now, and they're just amazing people, and it's just awful that there's dehumanization, which I've seen, and it's just so painful. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Tarek if you could talk about the work of the Palestine Children's Relief Fund and how people who want to support the children of Gaza can get involved.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The Palestine Children's Relief Fund has been an ongoing organization, a trusted organization, a transparent organization for the last 30 plus years. It's older than I am. And it serves multitude of functionalities. It's obviously, you know about our treatment abroad program, which is the one that I led, that evacuates children like Rahaf. We've evacuated thousands of children in the last 30 years. We also have a medical missions program where we bring physicians from the United States to treat children in Palestine, in Jordan, and the Levant area. We have infrastructural program where our mission is to build the infrastructure and the medical complexes within Gaza and Palestine and the Levant area, so that we don't need to bring children all the way here to receive medical treatment. And we have now been distributing aid, something that we have been doing as part of the Gaza Urgent Relief project. We've been on the ground for the last 2 years, nonstop. Not a single day have we not been distributing aid. We've spent over $45 million since October 7th in distributing aid, like baby formula milk to children such as Aya, and many others that don't get their story highlighted. And in terms of how to help people, how to help the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, you can volunteer, you can donate on our website, and you can just speak about what's happening. And I want to touch on this very importantly, because I know Rachel's probably won't say this, but Rachel has been, I would say, one of the most significant, if not the most significant voices for Palestinian human rights. her advocacy has touched the hearts of people that never would have ever heard about Gaza or the Palestinian children. And that's why her voice is so vital and been so important. And I remember prior to reaching out to her, I was really sad at how everything was conveyed. And I felt like it was hopeless. And when Rachel began to speak out, I saw a tide shift like no other. I mean, to the point where I'm a medical student here, and I remember going to my medical class and some of the surgeries, and the nurses and the surgeons and some of the just medical students would say, oh, you know, I just saw this poor child, talking about Rahaf, and this is just so sad about what's happening over there, all because Miss Rachel shared the post and spoke about it, because she touches a crowd of people that never once knew about these Palestinian children, everything that they're going through.
Can I please give Tarek some love back? Tarek, you're become such a dear friend, and Tarek is one of the helpers that Mr. Rogers was talking about, and I'll text Tarek a baby, and he's a full-time medical student, and he'll text back right away, and he'll find the child, and he's my hero, and he texts me pictures of him and his cats, which I enjoy, and you've become such a dear friend. And Tarek's actually going to be on our show with Rahaf, and I talk about how he's my friend, and he talks about how he's always wanted to be a doctor, and because he wants to help others, and Tarek's just amazing, and I love you, Tarek. Sorry.
We have to break, but we're going to come back.
Jesus Christ. Ms. Rachel really is like Mother Teresa or Mr. Rogers or some combination of the two. Quite a woman, gotta say. Really incredible. Really incredible person. Do we watch the rest of this? Yeah, I guess we'll watch the rest of it.
Break, but we're going to come back to this conversation. Tarek Haylat is with us, director of the Treatment Abroad program for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And for those children who are listening, you don't need me to say that Ms. Rachel is on with us because you recognize her. But yes, we're joined by Rachel Griffin-Accorso, a.k.a. Ms. Rachel. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. We're continuing our conversation with Ms. Rachel, the children's entertainer and educator who's become a worldwide sensation over the past 6 years. In March, Ms. Rachel posted a video of 2 children watching one of her videos. That's not unusual at all, most places in the world. But this was watching one of her videos in the rubble of Gaza. The caption read, "My friends Celine and Celia, in what used to be their home in Gaza, they deserve to live in a warm, safe home again." Ms. Rachel is still with us, along with Tarek Haylat, medical student and director of the Treatment Abroad program for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Talk about that video, Ms. Rachel.
Oh, Celine and Celia are so precious. I've gotten to know many families, and I just wish that our leaders got to know these families and sat with them as well. Seeing them smile and feel a little bit of joy in the midst of unimaginable suffering, it's such an honor to be their friend, and yeah, it's just unbelievable.
And Tarek, before the break, you were talking, I mean, you are Palestinian. Talk about her effect in Gaza. Talk more about that, what it means for kids to be sitting in the rubble and watching video of Ms. Rachel.
I think it's the fact that they feel seen more than anything. I mean, I think this is, you were talking about one of the revolutionary moments. I think this episode will be one of those revolutionary moments, because Rahaf's mother would tell me all the time, never in my wildest dream did I ever imagine that Rahaf is going to be on an episode with Miss Rachel. I mean, you have to understand that They have lived in a blockade for God knows how long now. Never did they ever imagine to come to the United States, let alone to be on an episode with their hero, right? So I think that is probably one of the most important things, is for the first time ever, these children truly feel seen on a large scale. And that is what Ms. Rachel's platform is providing for these children.
And Rachel, you posted a quote from James Baldwin on social media that said, quote, "The children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. And I'm beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality." Do you sometimes lose hope that our leaders in the West are incapable of morality?
You know, I do have moments where I lose hope, to be honest, but it's really, what brings me back to hope is another beautiful quote, and that one I hold dear all the time. I can't remember who it's by, but it says that we have to hold on to hope for the children in these situations, and we have to keep speaking out, and we have to hold on to hope, because we have everything right now, and they have nothing, so it's our responsibility.
Ms. Rachel, can you talk about how other celebrities have responded? Start there. You have said that you don't want to work with people who don't speak out on Gaza. And can you talk about people changing, if you feel that people are changing and more willing?
I do think things are changing, and I think that it's really important for celebrities and leaders to know that you can handle some criticism for saving human lives, and that nothing is more precious than their lives. And the criticism, I think that there's a narrative that there's so much criticism and not support, but there's so much support. I have had so many people come up to me from all walks of life and start crying about these kids. And I think leaders think, oh, you're not connected to Palestinian people and Gaza. And what's true is we are connected to them, and you're not connected to us. You're not hearing us that we want to feed children, and we want children to have education, and we know it's just the right thing to do to help children, but it also serves everyone, and it serves our children. We know that because of research, that when you take care of children and they have education, they're going to become happier, healthier adults in societies. And so I just think it's so important that we take care of the world's children, and I think it's such a huge failing of us adults that we're not.
Talk about, I mean, you're often doing social media, for example, on the children of Sudan. We just did in our headlines the effect on children, the horror there, and then also just how you got your start. Now, who is Miss Rachel?
Oh, my heart breaks every day for Sudan, and I actually, one of my first things I ever did was work teaching music with Sudanese and Somali refugee children in Maine, and they actually inspired me to become a music teacher. And I did some work with kids with disabilities, and I worked at daycares, and I worked at schools, and so for 20 years working with so many different kids, and kids give us so much. I mean, I went in, I'm gonna help kids, and they transform you. Service to others transforms you, and it brings you lasting joy, and it's really what matters. And so I just love kids, and I see them all as equal and wonderful, and I just wish everyone did, and I hope things change soon.
And talk about how you got your start.
I started at a preschool for kids with disabilities, and then I worked with the kids at the Boys and Girls Club, and then do you mean the start of the show or the start of
how you got your start and just doing the show and going from a couple people watching to over 1 billion?
I was inspired by my amazing little boy, who's him and my little baby Susie are my world, and I would stay up till 2 a.m. learning about speech to try and help my little guy with a severe speech delay. And I think as we've talked about in this program today, that as a mom, when you see your child struggling, you'll do anything. Go moms. So I learned so much about development and speech and milestones, and then I was looking for a program for him, and that I couldn't find. So my husband has a very extensive Broadway background in composing, and we joined together to create something that would meet some of the needs that we weren't seeing met.
And Tarek, I wanted to ask you whether you...
Okay. We're gonna end it there. Yeah, Miss Rachel is just so great. Why can't more people be like Miss Rachel? Have a better planet if more people were like her. All right, let's do one more story before we take a break. Let's talk about Syria and what's going on in that country. We have not been talking very much about Syria recently because so much else has been going on, but of course the situation in Syria has become very, very complicated very, very quickly after a short period of optimism, not just from myself, but broadly speaking, people hoping that Syria would actually become a multicultural, democratic country. Now things are in a moment where there is increasing sectarian violence, economic despair taking hold, among other things. Let's go here to TLDR News Global from 22 hours ago. Is Syria about to split?
Only a couple of months ago, things were going pretty well for Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa. There was surprisingly little interethnic violence in the months after Assad's ousting. The international community was remarkably united in its support for the nascent Syrian state, and in March, al-Sharaa announced an agreement to fold the de facto Kurdish state in the northeast into Syria's national institutions. However, in recent weeks, there's been a dramatic rise in tension between Syria's new government and both the Kurds and the Druze. So in this video, we thought we'd take a look at why Syria's unification has apparently stalled, and what might happen next. Dive deeper into politics with our magazine Too Long. Yep, we make a real physical magazine. In the latest issue, we discuss how El Salvador and Kosovo became 21st century penal colonies. We ask 6 experts what drives anti-establishment sentiment around the world, and ask if we're observing the end of the American order. Find out more by clicking the link in the description. Let's start with a bit of context. We've explained this before in previous videos, but the TLDR is that Syria's population is dominated by Sunni Muslim Arabs, with a number of minorities concentrated in specific regions. According to the CIA's latest estimates, Arabs account for about 50% of the population, and they're pretty evenly spread throughout Syria. The second largest ethnic groups are the Alawites, the ethno-religious group that the Assads came from, who account for about 15% of the population and are mostly concentrated in the coastal areas to the west, around the port cities of Tartus and Latakia. There are also the Druze, who account for about 3% of the total population and are mostly concentrated in the south, around the governorates of Quneitra, Daraa, and Suwaida. And then there's the Kurds, who account for about 10% of the population and are mostly concentrated in the north and northeast. The Kurds in Syria and elsewhere have always wanted more political autonomy, so when the Syrian civil war broke out after the Arab Spring, they took their chance and quickly announced the creation of a new independent state to the east of the Euphrates River. This state was technically named the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, but is more commonly known as Rojava. Rojava isn't a Kurdish state per se. Its constitution makes no explicit reference to the Kurds, and it's not even clear if Kurds constitute an outright majority in the territory, but it has pretty Kurdish vibes, both because its military wing, the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, is mostly led by Kurdish forces, and because the main political group in the region, the Democratic Union Party, is a Kurdish outfit. Rojava has operated as a de facto independent state since about 2012, but it hasn't been recognized by any government or institution apart from the Catalan parliament in 2021. Anyway, when Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, took over, there was widespread anxiety among Syria's minorities that he would be bad news for them. After all, he was a former jihadist whose rebel alliance included a number of Sunni Muslim jihadist groups. However, after ousting Assad, al-Shara claimed he wanted to build an inclusive Syrian nation and promised to guarantee minority rights. Originally, it looked like things were going to plan. In the first few months after Assad's fall, there was surprisingly little inter-ethnic violence, and in March, the SDF, who were essentially Rojava's national army, agreed to integrate with al-Shara's new government forces and hand over control of Rojava's border posts, airports, and vital oil and gas fields. However, in recent weeks, progress on Syria's unification has apparently stalled. Al-Shara and the SDF have spent the months since that agreement squabbling over its implementation, and last week Rojava hosted what it described as a unity conference in the city of Al-Hasaka, including the head of the Alawite Council, Ghazal, and Druze Sheikh Hikmat al-Hijri, who's probably the most pro-Israeli Druze leader. The conference concluded with a statement calling for a decentralized Syrian state with a new army, which was unsurprisingly rejected by al-Shara, who has dismissed previous calls for decentralization as separatism, and was followed by a number of skirmishes between the SDF and government forces in Aleppo, with Syrian state media claiming on Tuesday that a Syrian soldier had been killed by the SDF.
Yeah, things aren't good right now in Syria, and they just continue to sort of go in the wrong direction with everything by my own estimate. You know, the first hint was implementing Sharia law with the police force. I'm not just making that up, that happened within weeks of the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Okay, that's a good place for us to take a break. It's a good place. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space message. God damn it, I just remembered. I turned off the soundboard. Ugh. I guess I know this sample lives on my hard drive over here. Where are you? Yes. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you can be sure that you don't miss a single episode of the Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal, if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream. The bottom line of YouTube, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just 10 cents a day to get you access to sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, space fams? Go show your support for the Galactic Network. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, Space Fams, we are back. Time for the final half of the show. So get yourselves ready. Otherwise, you're going to miss the final half. That's right. Half 4 is going to be the final half of tonight. Slightly less content than normal, mostly because I knew I was going to start late because of Leftist Mafia. Although Leftist Mafia didn't go as I thought they were going to, so that totally kind of threw me off. I would have probably added more content tonight had I known. Started at the normal time. But whatever. Okay. Before we go to the topic of the day, which I'm sure we're probably going to be talking about more on the week-ending report, that being the meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Let's go here to a former Yugoslavic state, Serbia, where tensions are continuing to get worse and worse in the country as the Vučić government continues to crack down on protesters and ignore their demands. Here's Reuters from yesterday showing one of the recent... Wait, what did I just do? No, over here.
Supporters of Serbia's ruling party threw flares and firecrackers at anti-government protesters in the city of Novi Sad on Wednesday, prompting police to intervene to end the standoff. The violence was an escalation of 9-month-long protests in Serbia. Tensions rose after protests over a railway station roof collapse in Novi Sad last November that killed 16 people. The daily nationwide protests since have seen approval drop for Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić. On his Instagram account on Wednesday, Vučić published a video showing him sitting with supporters in front of the parliament.
Terrible things were done tonight in Novi Sad, but they're still doing them. When you show will and desire to solve things with peace, endurance, and patience, then you always bring victory in the end.
He said 16 police officers and around 60 backers of his Serbian Progressive Party had been injured in Novi Sad. Vučić also accused unidentified foreign powers of organizing riots and vowed arrests would take place. Reuters could not independently verify his claims. The opposition Move Change movement said Vučić's loyalists have been responsible for Wednesday's clashes. Anti-government protesters have blamed corruption for the Novi Sad and have demanded early elections that they hope would remove Vučić and his party from power after 13 years. Students, opposition, and watchdogs accuse Vučić and allies of organized crime ties, political violence, and media suppression, which they deny.
Illegal. Sorry, my soundboard is... I'm actually going to turn it back on. I'm going to see... I mean, I think the soundboard is one of the things that's been causing lag this whole time. Which is annoying to me, because I love the soundboard. We all love the soundboard. We need the soundboard. I feel naked without the soundboard, honestly. I feel weird without it. It weirds me out. Doesn't feel right. Everything about it is wrong. We deserve the soundboard. I'm just gonna have to find a way to make it run smoother. Somehow. Okay, we got more. We got more from this. Most recent protests. That was Reuters. Now let's go to the Associated Press. From 13 hours ago, dozens injured and detained in anti-government protests in Serbia.
Illegal.
It was only like an hour long. The stream has only been an hour. I know, it's super short. Oh my god. Did turning the soundboard on really cause it to lag this much? That's incredibly annoying. Soundboard was not causing problems like this before. What is the deal? What is the problem? This is terrible. This is garbage. Lack of soundboards is gonna make me real sad. You know, is it just me that loves the soundboard? Exactly, Mozart loves soundboard. We all love soundboard. We are being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm definitely gonna have to do some work after the stream today. It's very exciting for me. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to go soundboard list for the rest of the stream. I know it's very sad. I feel you. I feel your pain. But I cannot give you soundboard today. Just can't do it. Although I could still technically give you sound shots. They just will not be as reactive. You know? They won't be as on the spot as normal. Like I could give you one of these. You know, or one of these right here. Or one of these right here.
China.
China. China, indeed.
Formira tek sada.
Illegal.
It's not the same effect. It's too slow. I'm just going through a list of files, clicking them. It's not the same. It's not the same vibe.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says
All right.
the US is
All right,
ready.
settle down, pal. We'll get to you in a second. Okay. All right. Not having a soundboard.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Lack of soundboard is the very definition of totalitarianism, okay? It is true. All right, let's go on to talk about the US-Russia summit happening on the edge of the world in Alaska today, Friday, August 15th. Let's start off here with BBC News from yesterday.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says the US is ready to support us after a call with Donald Trump and European leaders. The talks in Berlin come ahead of Friday's Trump-Putin summit in Alaska. Well, they're being hosted today by the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and chaired by the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Moscow has already dismissed the European diplomatic initiative as insignificant. Well, the German Chancellor talked to the media in the last hour and said that sovereignty of Ukraine had to be respected. He also said more pressure would be needed if there was no movement from Russia.
The American president knows that if he wants to reach peace in Ukraine, he can rely on his European and Ukrainian partners to work on that together. Ukraine has to sit at the table. We want to make sure that the right chronology happens, that there is a ceasefire, and that there's an agreement that is discussed after that. A legal recognition of Russian ownership of this territory cannot happen. There have to be robust security guarantees. The sovereignty of Ukraine has to be respected. Negotiations have to be part of a larger transatlantic strategy. And it has to be part of necessary.
Jesus Christ, it's lagging still? Why is it still lagging? I completely closed down the soundboard. This is ridiculous. How? How is this happening? This is terrible. I'm almost ready to shut the stream down and go to testing right now, because we need to solve, and this needs to be before the weekend. Weekends are most important galactic of times. I always try and do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I don't want that to be messed up here today. This is very annoying to me. This is terrible. Why? I no comprende. Don't understand why this is happening right now. It's lagging because it's time to pay Tim Apple. Yeah, that could be it. That could be it.
Our steps together.
Well, the latest in the last 60 minutes from that news briefing. I want to show you the live pictures coming to us from Fairford, because that's the US airbase, and in the next little while we're going to see the US Vice President J.D. Vance. He, of course, has been in the UK on a trip. He saw the Foreign Secretary just a few days ago, and he is going to talk to American troops there at Fairford in Gloucestershire. And so we are monitoring that. We shall see if he talks about Ukraine and the latest positions that we're hearing coming out of the White House and Donald Trump after that conversation with European leaders. So we have those pictures coming into the BBC. As soon as there's movement there, we'll obviously return. But I also want to bring on to the programme our political correspondent, Harry Farley. He is waiting to talk to me in Westminster. And our correspondent in Washington, Arunade Mukherjee, also waiting to talk to me. I'm going to head to Westminster first and to Harry because Keir Starmer chaired that meeting between European leaders. What is Number 10 saying that came out of that?
Well, in the last few minutes, Matthew, we've had a statement from Downing Street. And what I think is interesting about it is this tightrope that we've seen repeatedly with this coalition of the willing and how it responds to actions taken by the US president. On the one hand, not wanting to irritate him. On the one hand, going out of their way, in fact, to praise and to thank him, while at the same time making clear where they differ. So in the statement that we've had from Downing Street in the last few minutes, it says that they thanked President Trump for his efforts in bringing Putin to the table in pursuit of a ceasefire. And then it goes on that said the Prime Minister was clear that the UK's support for Ukraine is unwavering. But then he goes...
Oh my God. I'm just now noticing that this audio is also fucking up. The audio's been fucking up the whole time, hasn't it? Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm sorry everybody, but I need to solve these problems. We can't be having these problems right now. Can't be having these problems. Streams the rest of the morning, I'm afraid. I'll do an after stream if people want that. I mean, the after stream is heavily music centric, and it's going to continue to sound terrible, like it does right now. I have no idea what the cause of this audio issue is. We've never had audio issues really when it comes to the stream, and I have no clue why this is all of a sudden happening now. But this cannot be allowed to stand. I need to deal with it, so I feel very bad. But in order for us to have streams all weekend, we're gonna want good audio for those streams. So I'm gonna have to do test streams now. Probably not gonna be able to sleep today, if I'm being perfectly honest. Son of a bitch. Very unfortunate. Like, I'm not the only person hearing it. Like, there's definitely audio problems. It's like a seriously annoying thing going on there. A crackling type of deal. Well, we've kind of gotten through another one. Sadly, we've been spoiled once again by technical problems. Thankfully, we had each other to get through what there was of this stream. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Whoopsies. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, lack of soundboard is just literally impossible for me to deal with. Don't know how to function without my soundboard. I run so much stuff from it. Boo. No, I can't switch between the... Oh, no. Whatever, I'm doing it without... Sorry. This is what's happening right now. Okay. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Jokey, Skelds, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, and Will in Detroit. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears have just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Okay, I have decided. No, I know this is sacrilegious, but there's going to be no super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream right now. That's going to be replaced by the super annoying Galactic test stream in a moment. So it was good seeing you all. It was good seeing you all, but now we have another goddamn galactic catastrophe that I have to try and solve before tonight's stream.